navigating in your life? So do that, 30 seconds per person. What transition are you currently navigating in your life? Please move around, 30 seconds, very, very quickly. I'm watching everyone. Some of you are not moving. You're just fixated where you are. You're not moving. Please interact. What transition are you currently navigating in your life? I can see some persons in groups. I can see some persons in twos. And I can still see some persons standing alone. So please interact with somebody. We have 1 more minute to do that. You know, when it comes to networking sessions, I always tell everyone something. You just may never know who you are seated next to. It may be the next president of Nigeria. It may be the next secretary general. It may be the next House of Rep. It may be the next senator, the next minister of Nigeria. You just never know. So please, use this networking session very, very, very well. There are some persons at the back that are not networking. Why? Please move around. Say hi. Don't be shy. We're all ladies all around. Smiles, beautiful, confident, phenomenal. So please interact with somebody. We have another 30 seconds to wrap it up. Please, you're expected to meet at least 2 to 5 persons, not just one person. So please move to your next neighbor if you've been stuck with one person for the past 1 minute. 18 seconds more. 15 seconds more. You should start moving to the next neighbor if you haven't done that already. You have about 10 seconds more. 5 more seconds. You can now start each returning to your seat. 5 more seconds. We should be wrapping up the conversation right about now, and we should all be moving beautifully and queenly to our various seats. 3 more seconds for that. Thank you, thank you. Let's end the networking session now. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves as you take your seats beautifully. Now, if you found someone whose journey sounds just like yours or similar to yours, wave your hand. It's only the people in the middle that are really doing this thing. Okay, left-hand side, wave your hand. The middle, wave your hand. And then the right-hand side, wave your hand. Oh, that is so good. And I do hope you collected their contacts. Did you exchange contacts? Social media handles? Nothing. What's a networking session if you didn't exchange contacts and social media handles? So you have another 1 minute to do that very quickly. That person who is in the same field as you or something similar, please reach out to them, take their numbers, take their social media handles, exchange contacts. Like I said, you may be sitting next to the next president of Nigeria. It might not even be this country, actually. You may be sitting next to the next minister, to the next senator, to the next anything of very high position in this country. So please, if you haven't exchanged contacts, you have another minute to do so. Social media handles, phone numbers, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Twitter is now called what? X. Yes, so X. Whichever one, please do make sure that you exchange your handles. So now we're going to move on to the next segment. Are we ready? Are we done with exchanging numbers or social media handles? Okay, please a round of applause for yourselves if you know you're done. So I'm still going to give us 5 seconds. I can still see some people exchanging their phones. So you have another 5 seconds to do that while I move over to the side. Thank you very much. So please, 5 more seconds to exchange your contacts and your social media handles. If you're done, just shout, "I'm done." Almost done, okay. If you're done, Please shout, I'm done. Are we all done? Are we all done? If you're almost done, say almost done. Okay, please, you have 5 more seconds to do that. 5, 4, 3. Hey, some people are smiling like, host, please wait. 3, 2, 2, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I want to believe that each and every one of us did collect the social media handles and the phone numbers of people that we want to connect with after now. So the next segment is, I want everyone to think of one bold move they need to make this year. Just one. One bold move you need to make this year. I'll give you 30 seconds to do that. One bold move you need to make this year. Do we have our answers already? Do we have our answers already? Are we still thinking? If you're still thinking, say, I'm still thinking. Okay, so 10 more seconds to do that very quickly. Very quickly. Are we ready now? Okay, so we are ready. So on the count of 3, we are all expected to shout out what that bold move is. Are we ready? It's not that we'll catch you people. Are we ready? So 1, 2. Are we ready? 3. Hey! We'll do that again. Are we ready? So 1, 2, 3. It's only the people in the middle that are doing this. So middle, please. Don't talk again. My left-hand side, are we ready? So 1, 2, 3. Chakam. I've got you people. So my right-hand side, are we ready? So 1, 2, 3. Even your goal is afraid of you. So please, let's do that again. 1, 2, 3. Somebody say, change my phone. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Now over to the middle. Are we ready? Please, you push enough for my hand. I'll be hyping you people since this event started, please. So 1, 2, 3. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3. The only thing I heard is myself. Successfully. Please, a round of applause once again for yourselves. So the event will be starting very, very, very soon. This was just an ice-breaking session. So please do well to also meet another neighbor and be sure to network with them, exchange contacts, exchange social media handles. And if possible, you can form a collaboration here right in this moment. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DJ, wherever you are. Thank you, thank you. Now turn to your neighbor and tell them I'm back. Turn to your next neighbor and tell them I'm back. Thank you very, very much. So allow me to officially welcome you to this event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we don't really have gentlemen, but we have beautiful, phenomenal, amazing, strong, and powerful women seated in this room this morning. So please, a round of applause for yourselves. On behalf of the organizers, I want to welcome you to the maiden edition of In the Room with the team, The Transition. Please, another round of applause for yourselves. In the room here today, we have ladies that are embracing growth. For some of us, transitioning is reinvention. For some of us, it's stepping into responsibilities that we once only imagined. But today here, we have professionals, entrepreneurs, creatives, and visionaries all seated together in one room. Please, another round of applause for your beautiful selves. Clap for yourself. Celebrate yourself, please. Now that's more like it. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Michelle George, and it is an absolute pleasure to be your host for today's event. And yes, you can clap for me. Thank you very much. So we're kickstarting the event officially, and I would like to warmly welcome, please, I ask that we all rise with a standing and a clapping ovation. Please make welcome the very reason why we are all gathered here today in this room. Yes, I know that God is the reason, but please make welcome Maureen Dede, the convener of In the Room. Please, a round of applause. Applaud her, welcome her, scream if you can. Let's show her some love. I'm sure that we can do better than that.
Good morning, ladies. Please take a seat. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Dede, and I am the founder of HerlignFC and the convener of In the Room. So this morning when I woke up, I picked up my phone, and the first thing that happened was there was a pop-up from YouVersion. I'd like to, can you project that now? So it reads, perhaps you have come to your royal position for such a time as this, Esther 4:14. So it's such a beautiful pleasure to see all 500 plus women here today. You look so good. Thank you for taking out the time to show up for yourself today. Show up to improve yourself, invest in yourself, and to just grow generally. So please give yourselves a round of applause. So, as women, we are constantly transitioning. Like every day, we are either switching career paths, or we are growing, starting something new, or just building generally. And one thing that happens is sometimes we don't have a blueprint to actually make these transitions swiftly. This event is supposed to serve as that blueprint. So at the end of today, you're going to be leaving here empowered with the systems, the tools, the right frameworks, everything you need to make your journey, whether you're starting something new, you're building something, you're trying to improve yourself, you'll be living here with everything you need to do that and do it properly. So we're going to have keynote sessions, we're going to have panel sessions, we're going to have creative activations in between, just to ensure that you have an amazing time, and you go back empowered and impacted. I want to thank every one of us for coming here today, but then first I want to thank God. I thank God for the opportunity to do this, for the vision behind it, for the initiative, the grace. I also want to thank my supportive husband. I want to thank my friends, my families, and all beautiful women, every beautiful man here. Thank you for showing up and trusting yourself, wanting to improve yourself. You're welcome officially to In the Room, The Transition. Thank you.
I'm sure that we can do very, very, very much better than that for the convener of this event. Please celebrate a fellow powerful lady. If they celebrate you like that, be very honest with yourself. You like it. Thank you very, very, very much. So we're going to be doing a very, very quick roll call. So if I just say a profession that you are in, just wave your hand. Are we ready for that? So do we have entrepreneurs here today? Entrepreneurs? There are a lot of you. Please a round of applause for yourselves. Do we have corporate professionals with us? Woo, another round of applause for you. So some people are entrepreneurs and corporate professionals. Yeah, taking all the money in this Nigeria. Do we have creatives in the house? Please a round of applause for yourselves. Do we have freelancers with us here? Woo, a round of applause for yourselves. Do we have women that are building something, a brand, a dream? Please a round of applause for your very, very beautiful selves. Thank you very much. So right about now, we'll be welcoming our very next speaker. Please, once she comes up, do well to celebrate her. Do well to scream if you can. If you can stand up, please stand up. There is something, you would agree with me that there is something about being in the right room at the right time. And in that moment, everything about you and about your life can take a shift for good. So please, ladies, a round of applause as we make welcome our next speaker. Hey, the blood of Jesus. A round of applause. It's like, wait. Let's go back to our primary school. Now we used to clap then, Abby. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's do it. Again. For the last time. Thank you very much. So please, a round of applause as we make welcome our first speaker for today, Miss Edwina.
Hi. You're all looking so beautiful today. Oh my God. Wow. Such an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Herlign, for putting this event together. Mrs. Maureen David, the convener, thank you so much. I feel so good standing in front of amazing women today. You know, this morning before I left my house, my daughter looked at my outfits and started to cry. Truthfully, I don't know if that was a review or a send-off, but I'm here anyways. And so I just want you to look at every woman beside you, talk to someone beside you and tell them you are right where you are meant to be today. Yeah, and you have to hold on to that because by the time we are done here today, you would be believing that thing, these words your neighbor just told you right now. So I'll be speaking to every woman here today. I know most of us here are probably confused. We don't know the next step to take. Some of us actually know the exact step to take. We know what we are meant to be doing at this time of our lives. Some of us are transitioning from one phase of our lives to another. Some of us are moms who are completely clueless what to do next. Motherhood has destabilized us. Some of us are corporate girlies looking to transition into entrepreneurship. And we all showed up regardless here because showing up in the phase of transition is one of the hardest things to do. I'll be telling you a little story about myself and how Isin Tutu started. So let me take you back to 2021. I was just a graduate, fresh out of school, a human physiologist, by the way. And I had just gotten out of a partnership with a very close person, actually a family member. And leaving that partnership destabilized me. I was 21 then. It destabilized me. I did not know the next step to take. I did not know what next to do in my life. After praying, thinking, looking around me, and looking for problems to solve, because I believe in solving problems, I finally decided to start manufacturing hair care products in my father's kitchen. I'm sure the man had no idea I was going to do that. I did not even have a full picture of what it was going to look like. I didn't have a laboratory, I didn't have a factory, I didn't even have team members. It was just me at my father's kitchen. And some 80,000 naira I had saved up some months back. But one thing I kept on hearing around me was women saying, I have hair issues, because I used to wear my hair out a lot. So when they see me, they keep telling me, they keep asking, how did you get your hair to look healthy? How is your hair so long? How do you manage natural hair? Because this was 2021. In 2017, there was this natural hair craze that started in 2017. Everybody was transitioning, cutting their hair, saying they don't want to be relaxed anymore. And then 2021, when I started to wear my hair out, I started getting these questions. And so that felt like a problem to me. It looked like a problem to me that I needed to solve. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to start producing these products and selling to these women, because this problem is becoming a regular one. Coconut oil wasn't working for people. There was this, use coconut oil, use shea butter. Chebe butter was very, very popular. How many of us can remember chebe butter? It was so popular, and it didn't work for everybody. So I knew there had to be science behind it. As a physiologist, I just tapped into my physiological background. I did some extensive research, and I realized the answer to that problem was hair porosity. Every product in the industry, especially internationally, and because then we didn't really have a big market for hair care products in Nigeria, right? So these hair products that were being imported into Nigeria did not solve that problem. They kept on saying, our products are for everyone, every hair type. But I saw it as a lapse, and I took advantage of it, and I started to produce safe, specific products for women. I needed to make women feel like we had products that were made specifically for them. And that was how, as a small business owner, I did not compete, because I had no marketing plan. I had no marketing budget. It was just me in my dad's kitchen with 80,000 naira. And so I made them feel like, you don't need those brands, you need me. And that was how I did not compete with my competitors in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. So what I did was, I knew 80,000 naira wasn't going to be enough. So I made a few test samples, purchased a few mixers and bowls, and sold, more like I gave the test samples to the women who had initially complained about their hair. I said, you know what, try this, you should soften your hair. Give me feedback. They gave me feedback, and I used that opportunity to create a network of women who tried our products. They had positive and negative feedbacks. I worked on the negatives, and I sent out test samples again, and about 95% of them were impressed. And so what happened was, a month to the launch day, my 80K was almost finished. And so the only idea I had in my head then was to sell on pre-order, because eventually you had to launch. I had promised them in 1 month, products are out. We had to sell on pre-order. So I kept putting my hair out to say, this was me in 2018, this is me now in 2021. I can get your hair from this to this, from dry to moisturized, from short to long, because those were most of the issues the ladies who had spoken to me earlier had talked about. So I used that as my hook. And eventually, people who had tested out these products spread the word for me. I was doing my usual posting on WhatsApp status, but these women actually spread the word for me. Most of them bought for their family members, and then we made about 100,000 naira in revenue as of 2021. This is someone who had no marketing budget. I didn't even have like a concrete target market to sell to. But the data I had collected earlier and the women who had tried out test samples did the work, literally. And so how does this connect to you today? I'll be talking about idea to revenue. So here's a framework of steps that worked for me while I was trying to start EC in Tutu. First, there has to be a mindset shift. The biggest thing standing between you and your first client is not money. It's not knowledge. It is the story you're telling yourself that things need to be in place completely before you start. And I remember then I kept on asking myself one question. What would happen if I do not start? What was it going to cost me if I do not start? My answer was, women will keep being frustrated, spending money on products that wouldn't work for them. And I had the solution. So if I kept thinking about this problem would continue. And probably somebody would not really calm down to think about this. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to start imperfectly. My packaging wasn't perfect. I tried to make it clean. My packaging wasn't perfect. I just sold to people. And from there, we grew. So you might want to write this down. Readiness is not a feeling you arrive at. It is a decision you make. Readiness is not a feeling you arrive at. It is a decision you make. The women who are building big things are not the most prepared women. They are the ones who have decided to start imperfectly and perfect as they go. The second thing I want to talk to you about is how to get your first paying client, the simplest way to get your first paying client. So before we launched Isin Tutu, which was then known as High Essence, I first identified the problem for a specific group. Right now, we have products that cater to men, and we are currently working on products that cater to kids as well. But we started with a specific group, women. And we were not just selling hair products for everybody. We had porosity-specific solutions for women. For women's hairs, actually. The second thing we had to do was I had real conversations with people. So one thing I used to do then was I would pull my natural hair out and walk, go to church, go to school. People would admire and say, like I said, what do you do? How do you do it? How do you manage your hair? And so that gave me an opportunity to collect data. For every woman who asked me, how do you manage your hair? How do you go about it? Natural hair is so hard. Even my relaxed hair is breaking. What do I do? I just told them, I have something that is coming up soon, a product that can help you, or products that can help you. Do you mind giving me your number? And that was how I got data, contact information, and people who I could sell to at the point of pre-order. Which brings me to my next point. The third thing we did was pre-order sale. So I reached out to these women who had complained about their issues, and I said, the product will soon be out, but guess what? You can get it at a discounted price, at a pre-ordered discounted price before the launch day. But it's going to be delivered to you on the day of the launch. Somehow we made them feel special, like, oh, we are the first persons to, purchase these products or pay ahead. And they eventually paid before the product was even made. And so we were able to generate revenue before we made a single product for sale. The third thing we did, or I did, was I tried to avoid perfection paralysis. If you've been working on an idea here for like over 3 months and no one has heard about it, can I see your hand? You've been thinking about it for like maybe 3 or 6 months. Okay. I have one thing to say to you. Perfection paralysis is just fear wearing a costume of preparation. Let me say that again. Perfection paralysis is fear wearing the costume of preparation. So personally, I'm a planner. I love to plan. Everyone who has spoken to me about starting a business or you're stuck somewhere, I always ask, do you have a business plan, something to guide you? But one thing we need to know is your plan doesn't have to be perfect. Or your plan can be perfect, but you might not have everything set. And you can't be waiting for you to have everything set. One thing I also thought of at the point of making samples to send to women was, who knows, somebody might be interested to invest in my business if they try out this product. And eventually today we have investors. Imagine if I did not send out those test samples or even start a pre-order sale. Isi Ntutu would not be here today. And so let me just give you a quick practical launch framework in 5 stages. I hope you're jotting things down. So stage 1, get clarity on the solution you are offering. In 1 sentence, can you clearly communicate your solution to your target market or even to an investor? Can you? I help dash to solve dash. I'll give you an example. Isi Ntutu doesn't just help women's hairs. We help women by providing safe, porosity-specific products for women in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Should I take that again? We help women's hairs by providing safe, porosity, specific products. So you might want to fill in your gaps. So I'll give you 2 minutes. Write down your solution to that one problem you are trying to solve. As an entrepreneur, a creative, a corporate woman here today, go on, write down your solution. I'm waiting for you. In one sentence, I help dash, solve dash. I help dash, do dash. I help dash, achieve dash. Who is done? Can I hear one person's own? Who's done? Can I hear someone's own? Who would like to speak? This might be your moment, so if you like to tell us your idea or your solution, your target market might be here. So who would like to? Come on. Please, can she get it? Can she have your mic, please? Can someone give her a mic, please? Or you can come up to me. Please clap for her, please. It's not easy.
Hello, everyone. Okay, as a VA, I help my client to solve time management problems in order to increase productivity.
Sorry, how do you do that? What do you do? What product or service?
I render service of a virtual assistant. So I do their time management work, organize their day, their calendar, their emails and stuff like that.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, there you have it. Just a minute. The next thing you want to do is validate your idea with real conversations. You know, I earlier mentioned I used to put my hair out to be able to create an opportunity for women to approach me, and then I would ask them questions about their hair. They would tell me their problems, and I used that to develop the product. So that was validation. I was trying to validate my idea of starting to manufacture hair care products. So you might want to go to places where you can find your target market or people around you, right? She's a virtual assistant. If she has business owners around her, entrepreneurs around her, it might be small business owners, right? You can approach them and say, what problems do you have as a business owner trying to manage your time, your records? How can I help you? What do you think I can do to help you manage this and this better? Now that's how you refine your idea and create a concrete solution as a virtual assistant. You might even decide to sub-niche as a virtual assistant, right? So you have to validate your idea with real conversations. Stage 3, build your minimum offering. Build your minimum offer or offering. So you might want to offer one product or one service as a start or as starters, because that would help you get feedback to know if you are actually on the right path or if you can further refine these products into something better or even launch your second product or service. Build your minimum offer. I sell hair products to women, specific hair products, porosity specific hair products. I'm going to sell outfits to plus-size women to make them feel comfortable. You can choose 5 outfits to start. You don't have to create 7 collections of 10 different outfits. So have a minimum offer, and then you build from there. And so the next thing you want to do is pre-sell, or you pre-sell to like your warm network. Like I said, your friends, your family, but then family and friends might not eventually buy from you at first. So that's why you have to go out, network, talk to people, ask them about their problems, approach people, or make yourself approachable in some way. And then you use that to collect contact information that you can then use as your warm network to pre-sell. And stage 5, deliver and collect feedback. Deliver excellently, then ask what worked, what didn't work, how can I make it better? And those answers are your roadmap to your version 2, like I said earlier. Or they are your roadmap to a better product. So here are your takeaways before I leave the stage. If you are a creative who has been circling around an idea, you have one assignment this weekend. In one sentence, put your solution together. In one sentence, your specific solution together. And if you cannot, then you need to have 5 conversations at least, with women around you or in places where you can find your target audience. If you are a professional thinking about transitioning into entrepreneurship, validate your idea on the side, before you venture completely into entrepreneurship. Let the money speak before you make the leap. Because trust me, as an entrepreneur, you're not going to break even on day 1. You're not going to break even, not even probably within your first 6 months of launch. Well, it depends on the product though, or the service. But you want to be sure you are already making profits, or your profits generate about 80 to 90% of your monthly income before you leave that job to venture into entrepreneurship. And if you're an early stage founder feeling stuck, go back to your customers and ask for feedback. Ask what is working, what is not working. Personally, at Easton Tutu, every month, I take out at least 5 contacts of our customers, and I call them. I love to speak to my customers a lot. I want to hear them. I want to feel the emotions in their voices. I want to know, is the product working for you? Are you doing what we asked you to do? Are you following your routine? Are you using the product right? For the persons who always have negative feedback, we always find out that they are not using the product right, even when we give a guide. So you have to follow up, ask, because where they are, they might just think, oh, this product is not working for me, and they would never return, or they would tell someone, oh, I bought the product a few days ago, or they rendered their services to me, I didn't like it. But they actually did not follow the steps you had advised initially at the point of purchase. So you might want to go back and ask for feedback. And if you're a lady here who doesn't know exactly what to do, let's say you want to venture into a business, you just have no clue what you want to do. Look around you. There are people coming to you to ask for advice or telling you, oh, help me sort this out. I'm having issues with this, and you're the first person they call. That's a problem. You have a solution right there. That's a business right in front of you. And so, that's where the overlap is. And that's where the business is hiding. And so this is how you get yourself from idea, or you get that business idea, to revenue stage. Thank you so much. Okay,
I'm sure that we can do better than that for Miss Edwina. Please, a very good big round of applause for our first keynote speaker. Women, I've told us before now, please celebrate another powerful woman. And then celebrate yourself with a round of applause and with a very warm smile. Thank you very, very much. Please. Whew, that was such a session, right? Would you agree with me? It's only the middle people that always agree with me in this hall. My right-hand side, that was a session, right? My left, that was a session, right? Okay, I have two lefts now. My first left, how was the session for you? My second left, far end, how was the session for you? Thank you very much. So now we'll be moving over to the reflection segment of this event. And you would agree with me that our speaker said quite a number of things. And now I want us to pick that one thing that she said that stood out for us. So if you're with your notebooks, your pen, or if you're with your phone, just kindly bring it out at this point. And I'll circle or underline that one thing that she said that stood out for you. Let's do that very quickly. We have about 5 minutes for this. Very quickly, that one thing that stood out for you from the very first session. You know, something that stood out for me was when she said, many of the women building extraordinary things did not start because they felt perfectly prepared, but they started and then they figured it out along the way. That was one of my take-home from that session. So while we are done, I believe that we're all done circling and writing down one thing that stood out for us. So the next prompt would be, what is one idea, solution, or project that you have been delaying because you feel you're not ready yet? Write it down in your notes. You know, when we're in church, my pastor would usually say, I'm sure that there are some of you that have never gone back to those notes that you have written it. You have written the word in. So let's do that now. Let's do the assignment here now. What is that one idea, solution, or brand, or anything that you know that you ought to have started, but you have not started because you felt like you're not prepared yet? It's only the middle people, as usual, that are writing. I will also sack the right-hand side people from this event. I will also send them home. So are we done writing that? Okay, I can still see some people writing. So let's do that very quickly. Let's do that very quickly. Very quickly. We have 5 seconds more to do that. Okay, some people are done. Thank you very much. So the second prompt is, what is one imperfect step I can take to start validating that idea? Imperfect or perfect step that you can take to start validating that idea. Let's write it down. What is that one imperfect or perfect step that I can take to start validating that idea? Remember, there was one thing that she told us during the course of her presentation. She said sometimes what we call preparation is fear wearing the costume of perfection. So just write that down. One thing, one step, one action that you can take today that would lead or kickstart that journey of solution. I can see some of us writing, so please let's be fast. Are we done? Are we done? If you're done, say, I'm done. Middle. Our mic is off. Are we done, middle? My right-hand side, are we done? It's only one person that is done. My right, are we done? Abi, you don't have a solution to offer to the world. Which of them is it? Middle, are we all done? Right-hand side, are we all done? Left, are we done? Can we move on now? Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. So I'm going to be introducing our next keynote speaker now. And you know how we do it already. Once it's time, please clap your hands, stand up if you can, scream if you can. But of course, you know the drill. Celebrate another very powerful lady. So our next speaker is a leading African personal branding strategist. She's a keynote speaker and a life enhancement catalyst, known for transforming professionals into visible, profitable industry leaders. Widely called the Gucci of personal branding, she's the founder of the School of Personal Branding, where she equips experts, coaches, and consultants to clarify their message, command authority, and monetize their expertise. Beyond strategy, she's recognized for her great-driven personality, or rather, philosophy, mindset re-engineering approach, and her powerful attract, don't chase principle that teaches influence, positioning, and premium value creation. She empowers individuals to elevate their standards, strengthen their confidence, and build brands that command attention, access, and wealth. Ladies, if your hands are not too busy, and if your legs are not too heavy, please make welcome our next keynote speaker in person of Mrs. Emily Wale Koya. Please don't stop clapping until she comes up. Celebrate another very powerful woman in our house and in our midst.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right, so we may sit down, but I'm sure I'll ask you to stand up in about 10 seconds because this hall is too quiet. It's too quiet. I'm a very quiet girl, but when I hold the microphone, I'm no longer quiet. When I'm done, I'll be quiet. I'll go back to my shell. So I may ask you to stand up. If I get an idea, I'll just tell you to stand up. Let's do it together. All right, but it's too quiet for me. Is the AC too much? It's not? So why are you quiet? No, tell me, somebody. The most audacious person in the room, who is loud. You know when they tell us to calm down, tone it down. We are not looking for tone it down anymore. Loud. So who wants to tell me why are we quiet? You're what? You're learning. All right, amazing. I should look at myself on that screen. What do I look like, sir? Because I didn't look at the mirror. See, in the car, I was like, I didn't wear any jewelry, nothing. I didn't even put on perfume. I was telling my husband, I didn't put on perfume, nothing. And you know, my husband asked me, let me open up to you guys. He said, hope you use roll-on. So at least. That's what he said to me. But it's so good to be here. Thank you for having me. Applaud yourselves, everyone. Come on. If you want to stand, you should actually stand. You should stand. If you're in the room, you should stand and applaud yourselves. Everybody, if you're in the room for healing, you're in the room for strategy, you're in the room for a breakthrough, you're in the room for something that is miraculous, you should put your hands together. Woo! 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 Hallelujah. Amazing. Thank you for having me. We're going to go straight into what we have to share today. I have about 35 minutes to do this, and I told my assistant he should ensure I do 35 minutes. He should ensure because I can go overboard. So he should ensure today is the day that I will finish before the MC comes to wait for me in front. I must finish. So, Kent, they now know your name. Please ensure that in 35 minutes I'm done. In 30 minutes, because I've used 5 already. Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm grateful to be here. I'm glad to be here. Always a pleasure when I hold the microphone, or even if I don't have a microphone and I'm speaking, I'm the microphone. So even if you remove, we'll still speak. Right? We'll still speak. And I want to be able to communicate and transfer that same energy to you today. I want to be able to communicate and transfer that same audacity to you today. I want to be able to communicate and transfer that same spirit to you today. You know, I want to be able to do that. The speaker who just, who did the first keynote, she shared amazing things. And she's been able to teach you briefly how to take your idea from idea stage to revenue stage to income stage, and that's what a lot of us start businesses for. We start a business, we want to make money, we want to be profitable, and that's very okay. That's the reason why we start a business. But then, when it comes to sustaining the business, a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners are not able to do that. I've been in business for 20-something years. I started business way back. Way back, I used business to pay my school fees in university. I was baking cakes. At some point, I was selling gold jewelry. I would go to Kaduna and Kano. When the roads were very good, I wasn't flying because I was a broke student, right? And so I've been in business for a while. But the business that I do now, that I'm into now, is the one that I have stepped into with so much intentionality. So I would say I've been in business for 12 years. I've been creating content for that long. I've been on social media for that long. I've been communicating with people and teaching people and moving people from I'm afraid to, hey, I can actually do this. I'm anointed to do this. I'm not just going to do things because, do it afraid is what a lot of us know. I'm going to do it because I'm anointed to do it. I'm anointed to do it. So long as I'm a child of God, I've been anointed from birth. From birth. So because a lot of us speak these things from social media and we begin to use them. Do it afraid. Yes, it means you should step out even when you are afraid. But can we replace it in our head that I would do it anointed? I've been called for this. I've been assigned for this. I've been graced for my task. And the earlier I realized that, because it has nothing to do with God. He's already graced me and anointed me. That's why he sent Jesus, right? So long as I understand that, then I'm good. I'm good to go. So I'm not going to take you where they didn't send me. Where they sent me is to teach you or speak to you today about identity, speak to you today about systems, speak to you today about visibility. And that's what we have there, growing what you have started. So let's say a lot of you have started your business already. You've moved from idea to the next thing, or you're about to start. You're thinking about starting. Social media makes entrepreneurship look so easy. It is hard. It is hard. I've been doing this particular business for the last 12 years, coaching, speaking, teaching, and selling courses. It is hard. When you see those reels on social media, they are called highlight reels. We bring the best to you. It's not as easy as it's looking like that. It's not. It's hard. So I'm going to be honest with you today. Entrepreneurship itself is not for everybody. It's not for everybody. All those things we've been hearing, fire your boss and all that, you better check well before you fire your boss. Yes, I used to tell people that too, but not anymore, because I'm experienced and I've been doing this for a while. So I want to believe that every one of us sitting here, you're actually ready for business. You're ready for entrepreneurship. You're ready to do the work. You're ready to do the work because it's the work that will transform and change you. It's not the end of where you're going. It's not your destination. It is the process. It is the work. It is the journey. That is what transforms. That is what gives you the experience. I've been doing this for 12 years. That's why I can hold this microphone and speak to you like I've already met you. I've been in this room before. Because I've done the work over 12 years. I used to be the most timid girl in any room. Even the room that I've not entered before, at the fear and before they even call me. The most timid girl in any room. But it's the work for 12 years that has transformed my life, that I can hold the mic. And I can tell you that I'm the microphone, I'm the voice, I'm the stage, only me one. So that work is very important. So as you think about starting a business or as you think about growing your business, you want to think about the process. And today I'm going to show you three. Three, growing what you've started, identity, systems, and visibility. We can go to the next slide. You can just move me to the next slide when I've spent a bit of maybe 3 minutes on a slide so that we don't say move me to the next slide. I don't have to say that. So there's what we call growth and noise. There's what we call growth and noise. Some people are moving very fast, but they're not going to the right place. They are going somewhere, but they're not going to the right place. Direction is always better than speed. Direction is always better than speed. Clarity is always better than speed. So you don't have to try to go very fast, especially when you don't know where you're going. Especially when you don't know where you're going. So growth versus noise. What is growth? How do you identify what it is? How do you know you're growing? You're making progress. It's not always about the money or the profit, you know. First of all, the kind of growth that you should be looking at is your own personal growth. You as a human being, because you cannot be more successful than you have been successful as a person. You cannot get better if you cannot get a better business or build a better business if you're as a person, you're not getting better. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. No, go to the other one. Go to the other one, please. The slide before this one, growth versus noise. So for those of us that are looking to speak on stage, this is how you pose. You will not talk too much. When you say go to the other slide, they don't answer, you just be waiting. Don't be tense. Don't worry. Don't worry yourself. Just chill. Anytime they go, we will do the thing. Don't worry yourself. You want to clap for me? Go ahead. Veronica is in the house. Veronica's daughter is in the house. And she looks so beautiful like me. But I'm fine, all right? Let's harass her small. She likes to harass people. Very welcome. It's good to have you here. All right, so, no, you're moving me. I will not pause again. I will soon vex. I will not keep my steez again. So the slide, the growth versus noise slide. Good. So growth looks like strategic visibility, focused work, clear positioning, right? And measurable progress. The speaker before me was sharing a bit of this as well, right? So noise looks like do more things, be everywhere, say yes to every opportunity, post constantly, but build nothing. Post constantly, you know, you hear that social media is working. All right, let's go there. And you begin to post. You begin to show up. What are you building? Where is your post leading people? Every single piece of content on social media that you post should lead somewhere. That is how strategic and intentional you want to be from today. We don't post for posting's sake. Except you're in your 20s or something. I can even permit you. But maybe I shouldn't. Because I did that when I was in my 20s. I'm in my 40s now. We cannot be making stupid mistakes. No, I refuse to. Now we build with intentionality. We look like God. We've seen the end from the beginning. So we do things like God. We run our businesses like that. This is the end. This is where I'm going. This is what I've seen. This is the vision. This is the picture. This is the future. And then I come back to where I am and begin to post according to the plan. According to the future, not scatteredly, not anyhow, not under pressure. According to the master plan of the future that you have seen. This is why your identity is very important. Don't let anybody hurry you. Don't let anybody pressure you. Don't let anybody tell you you must post every single day. No. If you're going to do that, it must be leading somewhere. It must be leading somewhere. So identity is first for every business owner. We don't talk about this enough. We jump to visibility. Visibility for what? It exposes you. Visibility does expose you. It increases your attention, whatever. But it's your identity and system that will increase your impact and income. Visibility will expose you. It will increase your attention. It will increase your awareness out there. But it is your identity and the system that will increase your impact and your income. So many women fail, in quote, fail, because you know failure is not the end of it. But in quote, so many women fail not because they're not talented, not because they're not gifted, not because they don't have opportunities, but simply because they don't have systems in place. Systems. Everything should be systemized, even your lifestyle. When you wake up in the morning, what exactly do you do? What should you do? What do you want to do? What do you have to do? It should be a system, not routine. System is what helps you to replace chaos with structure to avoid burnout. System is what helps you. System are replaceable structures that help you avoid chaos and burnout or loss of energy. Replaceable. If you don't have system, you're not going to be able to scale. You can't scale growth. You can't scale if you have to be showing up every day. So there are some days when I don't show up on social media. There are weeks. In fact, I was off social media for 8 months. I resumed just, when was that? February? Last month. My business did not die. 8 months. I was off Instagram especially. Instagram. My business did not die. You know why? Because I had systems in place. Identity sorted out. I don't chase anybody. I don't have to be everywhere. I don't have to be. When you're building premium positioning as a brand or as a business owner, you have to avoid being everywhere. You have to practice what we call scarcity. Intentional scarcity. So you will be where you are needed the most. Visibility is you being strategically positioned where you are needed the most, not everywhere. Some people say, when I talk like this, I talk like I want to beat people. Does anybody feel like that? Somebody say yes. So I should calm down. I should turn it down. Turn it down for what? For what? Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. So identity must lead expansion. Identity must lead growth. Identity must lead visibility. Identity must lead everything. Identity and systems are the foundation. Identity is who you are, what you are known for. What are things that you will not change, even if expansion or growth comes? You will not lose your identity. If your platform of business went 10 times bigger today, what are the things that will not change? You will not copy trends that don't fit into your own values and identity. We don't talk about this enough. We jump into business. Your business will only grow as much as you grow. Finish. Final. If your business is not growing, check your own self. If you can't lead yourself as a person or as a business owner, you cannot lead your business to the next level. So you must spend time. That's why you're here. This is part of it. This is part of you building your identity. This is part of you solidifying your identity. This is it, being in rooms like this, where you're challenged, where you learn from others. And not just learn, or not just hear, but actually implement, execute. Right? So it must lead expansion. Growth, what's that? How come I can't see it from here, but you can see it? Oh, it's here. It's been here all along. How come I've been going that way? Father, Lord. Again, for those of us that are looking to speak, you have to learn to command the stage. Even when you make a mistake, don't worry about it. I'm not joking. Don't let anybody in the audience, and don't let them trip you. Don't let your own goof trip you. Turn your goof to your glory. I'm serious. See, I've been going that way. See the thing behind me. I was going right. Can you imagine that? Turn your goof. Joke about it. Don't take it too serious, I beg. Don't take it too... I'm the one with the microphone. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. All right. So identity must lead expansion. Growth will test your identity with these three questions. What do I stand for? What work am I known for? What will never change about my work? If growth costs you your identity, it's not expansion. It's erosion. You're removing your identity. You're removing the you, the real you, from the equation. Let's go to the next slide. So these three pillars today: identity, systems, and visibility. See, visibility is very important. And that's why it's the last. It's not the first. 99% of entrepreneurs and business owners have it backwards. I'm serious. I've trained 57,000 plus people in the last 12 years. I've worked with over 1,000 people one-on-one. I've sold over 6,000 courses. I've heard things. I've done over, God knows, how many webinars? You don't pass 500. We were doing webinars before Zoom came, before COVID. You want me to give you my CV? No, I never see anything. So I'm telling you what is important. There was a time when I thought it was visibility. I was telling my sister assistant in the house that I don't know how Maureen got this, but she really got it right. Identity, systems, and I don't know where they got it from. So a lot of people chase visibility. Go out there, put a video. When your video goes viral, what happens? I've had videos that have gone viral several times. Over 1 million views, several different ones. What happens if you don't have system in place? If you don't know who you are, your identity is upside down. What happens? Where is the attention going into? Your visibility should be able to convert attention to customers or cash or revenue. If that's not happening, it is faulty. It is, what I mean faulty, blatant fault. I'm speaking not from theory, from practicability of running my own business and being on social media, building a personal brand from home with 4 kids. I'm into the work that I do. You would think I work for someone. You would think I work. Some days I wake up, I dress like this, I wear shoe on my dining table, from my room to my dining table, no far. No far. You would think I work for someone. When I'm speaking to someone who is inviting me to speak or something, the way I respond to them, they ask me, you have a 9 to 5? I say, no, my own I get. My own work, let me be my 9 to 5. I employ myself, and I'm very serious. I'm very serious. I never turn on the TV in my house during the day. No. Watch what? I'm at work. I'm at work. I'm at work, for God's sake. Which TV? Except it's my day. I'm free that day, And I won't be freed as I wake up in the morning. I've planned the freeness before. Nobody say I wake up, I can't lazy today. So we now say it's TV day, it's my day. No, before we don't plan them. All right, let's go on. Next slide. Where is it? Systems, on the other hand, which is the second pillar, protect your energy. Most women burn out because they rely on efforts instead of systems. You rely on efforts instead of system. Efforts instead of system. You keep chasing. You never position and package to attract. You keep chasing. You must be moving. You must be stimulating yourself every time. If you don't post, you will not get clients. If you don't post, you will not sell. That era has passed. It's a lie. It's a lie. The reason for that is because you don't have any system. Even when I was telling my PA yesterday when he came to the house. He lives in New York. It's only when we have events like this, he comes over when we have to travel or something. And we have to go through this Port Harcourt airport. I was telling him that I noticed that in the last 1 year, we have not been doing DM reply anymore. And the business is still businessing. It's still businessing, no. When I mean businessing, I'm talking about businessing. You want to hear something? I have clients who invest 5 figures in USD to work with me. Not even in Nigeria, across the globe. So when you reach, or when you have clients like that, you think you could be hustling? Like up and down? Be sweating up and down? You sweat for the clients. There was something that I learned in the course of doing what I'm doing. I don't know if you know the 80-20 principle, Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule. We had it backwards. We had it backwards for such a long time. For such a long time. We couldn't even understand the principle that well until we finally understood the principle. And we told ourselves, never again. We will do 20% of the work for clients that give us 80% of our revenue. We were doing it the other way. We were doing 80% of the work for 20% of the revenue for years. For years. Until, and that's part of the system. Every quarter or every month, you must have the system that allows you to sit back and review. Do a review. Even if you're the only one in the business right now. My company, we're only 3 or 4. But if you see the way we run it, you would think we are 50 or 100. At some point, it was only me and my PA. If you see us in meetings, you will be wondering how. Because if you don't prepare internally, mentally for the next level, you will not reach it. You will not get there. You have to be prepared. So most women don't burn out because they have systems, or they don't have talent, or they don't have opportunities. We do. One of the opportunities for me, as someone who started to position myself for international speaking gigs, and I put out a video about this recently, I have my international speaking form. If I tell you how much, you will know I'm mad. You will know I'm not normal. We are prepared for the opportunity. We already have a system in place. So as we begin to work, as we continue to be visible, the day it comes, we are prepared. The process is there. When you find me, you will not be wondering, can I invite her? Can I not invite her? Will she travel abroad? You go know when you see the system. You go know. We don't position. We know the price. We know the airline we will fly. We never jam. We know everything. We don't sort them out. That's how intentional I can get, and I get. People tell me all the time, we don't see you on social media that much. We don't see you on social media that much. And I tell them it's intentional. I'm not lost. I'm not broken. Nothing do me. Nothing they worry me. My husband not beat me. I'm not going through a divorce. Nothing they worry me. There was a time, and let me share this just in case, just to create some sort of balance. There was a time when actually I hustled on social media. Let me create that balance. So you might be in that space now or on that stage. And if you're fine with it, you can do it. You can continue to do it. If I knew better, I wouldn't have hustled that much. I'm not joking. But I'm going to create that balance so that you people don't say, because I've gotten somewhere, that's why. No, you can go back and hustle. Do your own hustle. It's fine. But if you coach with me, you will not do that hustle. I've done it for you. I will teach you how to position from the onset. From the onset. All right, next. Effort equals activities. Activities that lead nowhere. Activities that just keep you stuck. Activities that make you feel good. Activities that stress you. I wanted to talk about that. But let's leave it. Even if we fall, even if we trip, even if we tiptoe, we go stand and we'll continue to do the work. Our mistake will become a starting point and clarity for others. All right, next slide. Why does this? All right, so this is the sustainable growth model. This is now why I don't almost fall. I know go that side again. This is the sustainable. Once beaten, twice shy. This is the sustainable growth model. See, visibility, systems and identity. You know why systems and identity is at the base? Because they are the foundation. Visibility sits on them. Many people have it the other way around. So they cannot expand, they cannot grow, they cannot scale. Visibility sits on systems and identity. Next slide. So let's talk about what kind of systems you should have. Okay, identity gives direction. Systems create stability. Visibility creates expansion. We talked about that already. Identity gives you direction. This is where I want to go. This is what I want to do in my life. This is the kind of future that I'm building. These are the kind of customers that I want. This is how I'm going to position myself. So that's what identity does for you. That's what it's doing for me. That's what it has always done for me. Systems create stability. It's systems that will get things to repeat themselves. Your business, when you have systems, your business becomes predictable, repeatable, and profitable. When you have systems in place, your business becomes predictable, becomes repeatable, it becomes profitable. When visibility grows without identity and systems, burnout happens. Next slide. I told you guys I don't want the MC to come and stand here and collect this microphone. So please, let me know when it's 10 minutes or something. Oh, it's right there on the screen. Grow without losing yourself. That's the ISV method or model. Who can tell me what I stands for? Who can tell me what S stands for? Who can tell me what V stands for? Awesome, great, you're following. Next slide. You don't need to become someone else to grow. You need identity that anchors you. It's identity that anchors you. It's identity that anchors you. You don't shake, you don't move, you're immovable. You even when trends are happening, you don't automatically start to make skits when no concern you. You don't automatically begin. I mean, as nice as it is, as viral as they go, as everything, I can't begin to make skits. What thing concern me on skits? I can't. I have no business in that space right now. Maybe in the future, God will give me the gift to make people laugh. I feel go do it. But right now, I have no business there. I know. I'm convinced beyond all reason that I can't do it. Even if I could, I probably still wouldn't. I need to finish the one that I'm currently on because I love it. I'm enjoying it. And that's part of identity. Systems that support you. Identity that anchors you. Systems that support you. And visibility that amplifies your work. Visibility will amplify your work. Visibility will also expose your weaknesses. That is why you cannot start with visibility. If you have not sorted out your identity and you don't have systems in place. That is how women grow what they've started. Is there another slide? Can you go to the next slide? Let's see. No, we never reached this slide. So ladies, and the gentlemen that are helping us around at the back. Identity first. Systems next. Visibility is the final one. What kind of systems do you need to have in place? I'm going to show you a few. Content system. Most of you are familiar with content creation. You make content. Content system. You can have content system by batching your content, for example. I shoot videos once a month, and I shoot all my videos once a month. Once a month, and I've become such a master at this. I can make 30 videos in one sitting. Before my children come back by 4, we don't finish. Oh, this is what happens when you do the work. Remember, we talked about this. Do the work. Don't let the process scare you. Don't let the work scare you. The work is supposed to transform you. It's going to make you a better person. It's how you become a master at your craft. You don't become a master overnight. You become a master because you have stayed the course. So when you think about fear, you think about, I can't, I'm afraid. No. Think about what doing the work can do for you. So content system is there. Client onboarding system is there. How do you onboard clients? I see a lot of people on social media. They still use DM me. There's a time for that, but there's also not a time for that. There's a time when you need to grow past that level. Do you know that? I teach branding, personal branding and company branding. And I said this to people that I can say it to. As little as just having a website and telling people go to the website, as little as that shift is, it can position or reposition your brand differently. As small, as minute as it is. Some of you will be thinking now, no, they will not go to the site. They will only go to the website. Listen, you're not for everybody. It is high time you define who you are for and how they would love you to sell to them. If you think about this and the DM is going to work, you answer yourself very clearly and powerfully, then fine, go that way. Go that way based on what you want to do, based on your positioning, based on what you want to do. It's always about what you want. Unfortunately, many people don't know what they want. Unfortunately, quite unfortunately. So content creation system, client onboarding system is also there. Revenue system is there too. How are you going to make money? How many products do you need to sell? Who is going to be buying from you? Where are you going to be selling to them? Very important questions. Every month, what is the set target? Work it backwards. Every week, if it's 1,000 you want to sell every month, okay, so every week you're going to have to do 250, for example. All right, so every day you're going to have to do how many? Times 7 to get to 250 for the week. Have that clearly spelled out. And then how am I going to do this? Where do I need to go? Where do I need to speak about my business? Who do I need to speak to about my business? Personal contact, social media, events like this where you come and speak, or you get into a panel session, or you wear your business or company brand on wear it. So people are asking you, what's this about? What's this about? What's 87 photography about? What is this about? And you tell them, this is what I do. So everywhere that you can market, you do it. How many systems did I share now? Only 3? Then, of course, there's time system. Time system. How do you use your time? Every one of us has 24 hours. Nobody has 25. But there are people that even the 24, they don't use it well. They don't use it well. So you want to check your time. When do you wake up? You see, how a single girl wakes up, you're going to be different from how a married woman wakes up. Especially the ones with 4 children. How many kids do you have? 4 or 5? You want to get 6, the way they answer. Let's say you want to add extra. So how Veronica wakes up, I have 4, and how I wake up is going to be different from how a single girl wakes up. She can decide to wake up at 10. I can't. Right now, I can't because I don't have a maid. I must wake up by 5. Even when I don't tire, sometimes the alarm clock goes off. I put it on snooze 15 minutes. I go snooze tire. As in, what's the sound? I don't even remember. Just like whatever sound it is, I'll just stretch. Once I press snooze, 15 minutes. More they sleep, more they sleep, more they sleep. Then I hear it again. 5 becomes 5:15. I snooze it again. 5:15 becomes 5:30. Sometimes 5:30 becomes 5:45. That's the limit. I know if I don't get up now, my children go late. If I don't wake up now, my children will be late for school. Sometimes my husband even encourages me. He will tell me when he sees that he's sleeping too, he sees that I've been snoozing for 3 times. He will tell me, baby, it's okay, just sleep. Don't worry yourself. Meanwhile, when they're late, that same day, you will see harassment. I'm telling you. And I'm like, no, but you say sleep. You say sleep. I'm sleeping. I listen to you and I'm sleeping. So time system is very important. How do you spend 24? You have 24 hours. So how do you think you want to use 24 hours? Decide. How do you want to use 24 hours? When do you wake up? So the time that you sleep and wake up is cancelled. The time that you are awake, let the earth feel that you are awake. Let them know that your feet has hit the ground. So arrange your time. Are you going to have 2 hours for meetings? If you arrange it like this, all those things that does not concern you, that don't concern you, you will not be interested in them anymore. And they will stop coming to you. There are some things that don't even come around me. Sometimes I look at myself, I'm like, Emily, you don't grow. You don't grow. And a little part of me is missing those things because I'm like, a little part. Some things don't come around me because growth is over time. The result from growth it happens over time. Transformation is not instant. It's not a dopamine feeling. It's over time. That's why as business owners, we must begin to see ourselves as leaders. Leaders. You're not just the business owner. You are not even first the business owner. The business owner who first of all learns how to lead herself will know how to lead a business 100 times. Hey, yeah. The business owner that first of all learns, invest intentionally to lead themselves. You know when to wake and you wake up. You know when to do the work. And whether people are applauding or not, you do the work. You show up. You're committed. These are the things that you have to learn and master as a leader. Once you're able to do this thing, business becomes easier. When you're not making money in your business, you're not getting customers in your business, you will know what to do. You will know what to do. Of course, then we have CEO system. CEO system. That's the day that is your day. I've been trying this out for some time now, where I work 4 days a week. There's a day when it's just CEO day. That's the day I can sit down and watch TV. But I'm so used to not watching TV, so I don't even bother. Instead, I just play elevation worship. Woo! That's what I play. In fact, I've not known another song in this life except elevation. Except my children that go and mess up my library on Spotify. They just go and be playing. They call it funk. The thing is so noisy. And I always tell them, my children they don't have phones. All of their accounts is on my own. So my small baby is 5. So when she uses my phone, she goes to anybody's account. She can identify who has what. So they just scatter everything. But when I put elevation worship, oh God, that worship, There's an army of angels here. Who knows that song? I'm protected on all sides by the blood of Jesus Christ. I will not fear. I will not fear. Sing the next one. I will not fear. I will not fear. I forget. That make us say, "Want to sing?" But it's powerful. So if you're not a Christian, this is the time when you're wondering, this woman with all this fineness, you know God like that. Oh yeah, you bet. You bet. Without him, I'm nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. So ladies and the gentlemen around that are supporting us, don't start with visibility. If you already started, I started with visibility as well. So you're listening to someone who's telling you how to do it better. Don't start with visibility. Make sure you sort out your identity and the systems. They're very important. Then that way, visibility will amplify your work, and it will go back to your system. It will go back to your system. There's a system that I didn't talk about, lead generation system. Lead generation. So I've given you 5 or 6. Lead gen. This is how you get customers. It's how you get customers. The least of lead gen is to post on social media and tell people, DM me. That's the least. That's the least. You want to be able to automate that to the next level, where even when you don't say DM me, people will go to your profile, and there's a clear-cut, spelled-out process to move them from, oh, I just saw your video, you were speaking so well, you blessed me. Premium positioning for my brand now. If you go to my post, you will hardly see the last time that I promoted something that I saw. We don't hustle. We've been there doing. We've been there doing. I don't have to say anything like buy from me, click DM, something. I don't have to. I don't have to. Premium brands don't sell. They position. They're not the same thing. Okay, so my time is up. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really grateful that I was able to pour into you, and I hope I shared or communicated my energy, my boldness, my audacity, and you were able to connect to some of the stories that I shared, especially the one of the alarm clock. Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, the team of Herlign.
Please, another very beautiful round of applause for Miss Emily Wale-Koya. I'm sure that we can do better than that. We already had an agreement at the start of the event that you celebrate every woman or woman that comes up stage. So please celebrate another very powerful woman. So very quickly, before we move over to the next segment of this event, we're going to be doing a very, very quick reflection moment. Circle in your notes or your phone one thing that stood out for you from her session. Hey, my notes is full. So please, another round of applause for Mrs. Emily. So very quickly, I'm going to share 3 things that stood out for me while you're doing your own very quick assignment. The first thing I'm going to paraphrase, of course, is it matters where you are going to. Direction is always better than speed. Clarity is better than speed. The second thing is move like God. See the end from the beginning. And I always say this in my office. Whenever you're planning, you plan from the end. You don't plan from the beginning. So even when you're posting with intentionality, because there is what you're trying to sell and there's where you are going to. And the third thing is so many women fail because they don't have systems in place. And then there's something that just quickly popped in my head. People depend on systems and not systems depending on people. Because when it's the other way around, that structure will fail. So please, another round of applause for Mrs. Emily. So we're going to be going into the next session. I know that you can already tell because they have gone to go and arrange plenty red chair behind me. So please, if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome our convener, Mrs. Maureen Dede. Please, a round of applause for her. Celebrate the reason why we are all here. And please make welcome back on stage her. Jesus. Please make welcome back on stage Miss Edwina. And lastly, please put your beautiful hands together once again for Mrs. Emily Wale-Koya as she comes back up stage. My sincerest apologies for almost murdering your name, ma'am. Please don't stop clapping until they all come up. Give them a round of applause, please. As you can see, they're all beautifully dressed and seated. Please, a round of applause as our last panelist comes up stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Emily. That session was very insightful. At least I've learned lead generation systems. That one stuck because talking about getting more customers, that's very important. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. Your session too, Mrs. Edwina, was very, very insightful, talking about starting your launch plan. Now, we have some questions from, I have a question personally, and I'm sure we do have some questions here. So if you have questions, just signify by raising up your hand. We'll be passing some notes around the corner, and then just pick up one. Pick up the notes, pen down your questions so that they will be responded to. Thank you. All right, so Mrs. Edwina, talking about, you mentioned the pre-order strategy, and that's something that's, I think is very new. How are you able to implement the pre-order strategy when you have a business, especially if your business is a product-based business? Because I understand that for some businesses, like maybe you have an ebook, or it's easy to just put out snippets just to capture people's attention. When they see snippets, they are interested, they want to know more. But for businesses now that where you have to deal with tangible products, how do you actually implement the pre-order strategy? How do you get people to believe your product when they have not even seen it? How do you get that trust from them?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I initially said I had put my hair out whenever I was going out, right? To church, to school, wherever, meetings, right? And people started to ask questions. And then I started to collect contacts of women who asked questions. Or how were you able to get your hair to this point? How do you manage your natural hair to the point that it looks so healthy? Because that's a problem for them. That was a problem for them at that point. And so I was able to sell myself before I sold the product. I sold myself before I sold the products. And then I had sent out test samples. So the product is not out yet, but people need to see or have something to be able to anticipate what is coming, right? So that was exactly how I went about pre-order. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I have, please.
Okay, so let me add to, is this mic working? Yes. Okay, so let me add to that. What she said, Edwina. Yeah, I have to know your name. It's not right to be saying what she said. You're sitting almost next to me, so I have to know your name. So Edwina said, what she said is correct, right? But to take that up a notch, when you begin to get attention, you want to send it somewhere. You have to learn it. You have to send it. Don't keep it on social media. Social media is not your own. The dragging, the confusion, the noise on social media, you don't want to be what's the word? Fighting for attention like that. So try to send it somewhere. So this is what you can do. Whether it's a physical product that you sell, or you offer a service, or you sell digital products like I do. I sell digital products. What you want to do is, once everybody must be building a personal brand. You must have a personal brand that is working. So Edwina she sent out samples. She was also using, you were wearing the brand, right?
Okay,
good.
Yeah.
So when people ask you what's going on or something like that, send them to a link or a page. It can be like a pre-order page or a wait list. Send them there. It's a one-page website, only one page, that will say a bit about what you're about to launch, a launch date. Launches work like fire. They are one of the greatest revenue generators in the world, in the business world. Launch. So a particular date, you pick it to launch. I have a client who just wrote a book. We did the physical launch in Lagos. Now we're working on the virtual launch. On that day of the launch, there's a date. There's a date. It's the 18th of April. She's going to now, that's the day she's going to say, hey, my book is out. Oh, my hair is now available for purchase. It's no longer pre-order now. It's order today. We are here. We're doing it. And we're giving a discount. Launches, again, can be one of the biggest and fastest, most guaranteed revenue generators that you would ever have. So don't just leave them to decide when to find you or when to find the products when you launch. Let them have a date. Capture their emails. Get them into a WhatsApp group. Let them be there. Be prepping them. You know what they call saute? To be sauteing onions or sauteing. You go to massage them. They massage them. The day of the launch, they will buy. They've been prepared. They know the price. They know what you're launching. They know what is happening. They have saved the money. It's not that they came today and they don't know, we don't know it's 10,000. No, you knew before now. We don't prepare you. So that's another level. Take them to a page. Capture their email addresses there. Let me tell you what can happen. When you capture their email addresses or even their WhatsApp, you can resell to them. Business, When you have a customer, you can have a customer for life. If somebody mistake buy from you once, you should not make them buy only that once. Make sure they buy again. The person I bought this hair from, I have a video. I've already recorded it. I'll post it. Delivery man brought this hair, and that was the end of our conversation. I was so upset. Yes, people will come and say, I don't have clients. Customers are not coming to me. The one we didn't give you before, the one you get to use and do. What do you use and do? How can a girl, a lady, me I be girl, how can a girl buy hair from you, short hair? Don't you know she will need long one? Even if she get before, women can buy a second one. Different color, same length. How can you leave me in the house of delivery man? You never called back? You never checked? How was the hair? Was it your feet? Did you like it? Nothing. Would you like a longer one? Would you like a different color? You no ask me, you leave me. All right, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. That was very insightful. Thank you. So we have a question from our audience, and this question is on business and motherhood, and it's directed at Isintutu. So the question goes like this: how did you manage transitioning into motherhood while running Isintutu? I am pregnant right now, and I am genuinely scared of what happens to my business.
My goodness. This is quite an emotional question for me because pregnancy shook me. It rendered me useless. And so before I got pregnant, I used to always tell my sisters, oh, structure your business. And people think structure is one big thing. But she mentioned systems, right? And one way to structure your business is by putting systems in place. So I used to say, I want to structure my business. I want to structure my business. I want to put systems in place, but I did not know how to go about it just when I got married, before I got pregnant. And so at the point of pregnancy, I couldn't do anything. My business was on a standstill. So because I manufacture hair care products, I was just able to produce a large batch. I just kept, and I was delivering over time. And when it finished, I stayed because I didn't have the energy to do anything. So that was poor planning at that time. And so you don't have to make the mistake I made. So what you want to do is put systems in place, put down procedures. And I'm not talking as a manufacturer, okay, how do you produce or formulate this product or sew these outfits? Okay, yes, these are important, like your details, finishing, and all of those things. But then, how do you run the business? What are the processes in your business? If a customer reaches out to you, what would be your first response? How do you close a sale? If there is a problem and customer is saying, oh, this product was not exactly what I ordered, or there was a mistake, this was how it got to me, how do you handle that situation? How do you escalate it, or who do you escalate it to? Do you just return to the customer like that, or you ask, is this how it got to you? Can I see a video? How long ago was this order, at your doorstep? Was it 5 days ago, 6 days ago, 2 days ago? And put together a process on how things should work in your business. Jot them down. And then find people. I like to work with, what do they call them? People who don't have job experience. And I say, interns, yes. I'll train you. Learn on the job. Learn with me. Or learn from me. I will train you, right? So you could get people who you could train. My social media manager, she's married. I'm sure she will soon give birth, but she will soon get pregnant. I told her something. I said, pregnancy might shake you. You don't know what your pregnancy is going to look like, right? So now what I want you to do is get 2 or 3 persons you can subcontract a social media, management contract to. So you get the jobs while you're dealing with pregnancy, dealing with life, whatever. It might not even be pregnancy. It might be anything. You might just be having a phase. Exactly. So you can subcontract to them. The job is in your name, but people are working behind the scenes to deliver that job to you, for you rather. So you have to set systems in place by putting processes in place. Jot your processes down. So whoever that is coming behind you or is being trained by you has something to look at and say, okay, this is how these things are being done, and they would never forget it. So That's my advice to you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very good. So I was supposed to take questions from us, but I think instead of passing the notes, I would rather we just, if you have questions, just indicate so you can ask from wherever you're seated. I think one of the reasons we are here is to learn how to be visible, right? So yeah, it's a good time to do that. So, but before you go, just help us to pass mics to whoever indicates interest. Ma'am, this is for you because this is from a corporate woman who is considering entrepreneurship. So she says, I have a stable job and a business idea I've been sitting on for 2 years. I am scared to lose the income. What would you say to me?
Oh, wow. Stable job, great salary, maybe even futuristic opportunities, promotion, and all of those things. So, but you want to get into entrepreneurship. I'm not going to be the one to tell you to, quit your job to start a business. You don't have to, all right? You can launch a business alongside your job, right? Until you become so stable, then you can quit if you want to quit your job. Some of us have jobs that we're passionate about. We are fulfilled in those jobs, or at those jobs, or on those jobs. Very which one correct? You don't say it's like English. You understand? I've survived till now, Sha. Right? So some of us have those kind of jobs. It's not every job that is bad or that you hate or no. So you can actually start a business. What you can do is just begin to test the waters. Test the waters. Get a name for the business. Decide what it is exactly that you want to sell. Edwina said something. One product. A lot of us do 10. Me, I did plenty. I had 100 webinars. I had nothing we will not get. E-books, we get like 50. Courses, I don't do like 100. We were creators. We were creating left, right, center, but you don't need that. We don't. So one product, start with that. Use that to test the market. See what's the response from people. And she said something, you can have 5. You don't have to have collections. This is for fashion people. This is the same thing for the rest of us. You don't have to have different, is this, is that. Just start with few. Sell it, get feedback. That's one of the ways that you can begin to survey people or, check the market. What's the response like? So you will keep your job. You should keep your job. If you love the job, it's stable, it's making you money, and it's not draining you, hopefully, right? And then just test the waters. Start the business. One of the ways that I start things, I begin to talk to people about it as if it already exists and it's not my own. So I would just, if I'm somewhere, I'll just say, oh, so there's this food company, I want to order food from them. They do this, they do that, they take care of the kids' meal, they drop the meals in the kids' school. I don't know, what do you think about it? And somebody, do you know them? Somebody will just say, oh, it's a nice idea. Oh, no, it's not a nice idea, something. I didn't tell you it's my idea. I didn't tell you it doesn't exist yet. I'm talking as if it's already existing. I want to check. So you can begin to even do that. Depending on what business, I wish I knew the kind of business you want to start or what you want to sell, if it's service-based or product-based, but it doesn't really matter. Test the waters, start it. My client that I mentioned, 4 years, she was sitting on her book idea for 4 years. She's a seasoned lawyer, 35 years. Big woman, seasoned, intellectual property lawyer, not toy. Not a lawyer, serious one. She don't grow, she don't work up plenty. She's visited 54 countries till date. She's in Egypt right now. She just left last week. But she was sitting on this book idea for 4 years, and finally we got it out. We did the launch in Lagos, and it's on career mentorship because she's a career coach. So there's the best time to start is now that you're hearing this. As you leave here, what's going to be the name of this business? Okay, go to CAC. If you have a coach, try to validate with a coach. If not, if you can use ChatGPT and you know how to use ChatGPT, because you have to know how to use ChatGPT, talk with ChatGPT about it. Is there a hungry market for this? Don't start a business where there's no hungry market. If people don't need what you want to sell, no matter how passionate you are about it, it's going to fail. You are selling to the market. That's how you're going to make profit. People must be hungry. Like they need this thing bad. If they don't get it, something is going to go wrong with them. So check all of that and you can, I'm sure, there's a lot of learning to do. I said it at the beginning, a lot. This thing, entrepreneurship, business, I don't try to go do 9 to 5. I don't try. I say, I go not do this thing again. Okay, after some time, I said, okay, I would be doing it and be doing what I'm doing. Go get a job. Get a job in like Renaissance. They pay good money there. Or one of those oil and gas companies. Then I'd be doing this business. But I knew that it would be difficult for me. And I think I was joking. But it gets to a point where you're like, God, I beg now. Just help me break through. Make this door open, make I pass. Yeah, so start the business. Don't sit on it anymore. Today is the last day you're sitting on it. As you get up from your chair, you don't start the business. Start talking about it. Do logo. Do everything.
So she has said it all. If you're that person who asks this question, this is your sign to start the business. Thank you so much, Ma. So do we have questions now? Do we have... Okay. So while we're waiting for her to get there, there's a question that goes like this. I do not have a clear business idea yet. I came here today not really knowing what my next step is. Where do I even begin? So this person is clearly looking for how to start. They don't know what to start. I think she touched on it. Mrs. Edwina had touched on it earlier when her first session. She said, it's easy to start actually. There's no way you don't have some persons who have reached out to you for a solution. You've had a conversation with somebody or with multiple people and they keep asking you for one particular thing. Maybe they want you to help style them, or they want you to recommend an eatery, or they want you to help them with video direction. It's obvious, it's very clear that this is what you're supposed to be doing. So if you're that person who asks this question, just go back and look at what people have been reaching out to you for. What people have been asking you, oh, help me with this, give me some direction. That is exactly what you need to turn into a business. Do you want to add anything to that?
I think you've said it all. People have approached you and asked you for certain things. People approach me all the time and ask me. In fact, my audience right now, the questions that most of them ask helps us to create the next product. We know, especially when the questions the same one don't plenty from different people. We know, okay, we should create this for the community. So you should check what are people asking you, for again and again. But at the same time, please make sure there's a market. Make sure not just a market that can pay. People must have money to pay you. That time we're telling people passion to profit. We're always hammering on passion. We know they talk the profit side, which is the business side. So if you're passionate about something, yeah, great, but please check. Can people pay me? And then again, you want to also get your notebook out or so and list out problems that you see around. I saw something recently, or I heard something recently. A lot of us in this part of the world, we are not able to build businesses that stand the test of time because we don't build businesses from solutions we create. We build because it is working. It's working. Everybody, they go China. Waiting concern you and China. Even me, I want to go, but I ask myself, waiting concern me and China. Is there a solution I will be able to bring back from China? Even if you hair you want to go and do, and even the people that sell hair, what are you selling it for? Is it, hey God, if I teach you how to position, is it this hair that we're all wearing, everybody is saying, you will create a new blue ocean. The one where they now is red. Shark, swallow shark. Everybody they chop. You will create it. That's how you build something new. Just as simple as saying, these wigs, we are the company in Nigeria that produce wigs for baldness. Nobody they do one. Now the same wig, it's the same hair to enter, but just that repositioning, you go enter CNN. Just that. Because you are now solution-driven. As simple as that. Or for women dealing with alopecia. Just, who does it? Who do you know that sells hair that does that? Please tell me. If you tell me, you see him. You see it.
I have products if you're dealing with alopecia.
Edwina, don't try me. I believe you though. I believe you. But that's it. Let it be solution driven. So the person thinking about an idea, find a problem. Get your notebook out. List out problems that you see around. Is it for women? Is it for men? Is it for children? Is it for organizations? Is it for the government? List them and be clear. And then what is the solution? Number 3, which one can I solve with my full chest? I have the capacity and the ability and the time and any other resource that is needed to solve it. Once you answer those 3, you pass that 3 stage, produce the product. You'll be good. If you're not good, come back to me if you see me, Sha.
Okay, let me add to that, sorry. So these days, we have to use social media to our advantage. So most times, my head is always buzzing with ideas that I may not use, but lately I've been selling ideas to people who have the money to, start something, and they're confused, right? So let me just throw out a free idea, right? Are you guys ready? You have to be serious to receive this one because there's a lot of money involved. So, in the beauty industry, we all know shea butter, right? Do you know that shea nuts, that's the nut that shea butter is being produced from, is being exported in its raw form, right? And they make a lot of money from it. And this exportation, or the rise in exportation of shea nuts, has increased the cost of shea butter in Nigeria. What I used to buy shea butter for in like 2021, it has gone up by like 500% right now as I speak to you. Because shea butter is not being refined in Nigeria, or most of the shea butter we have in Nigeria, cosmetic grade shea butter, are being refined in China and being brought back to Nigeria. So what happened was about 6 months ago, 4 months ago, I saw this in December. The government has stopped exportation of shea nuts. And when I saw it, the laborers who used to crack the nuts, they were like, oh, we used to be paid 5,000 naira daily. Now they pay us 3,000 naira daily, because they've stopped exportation, low income. But I saw an opportunity there. Whoever is bold enough to harness this problem and refine shea butter in Nigeria and export the finished product, you'll be a billionaire. I'm dropping my mic. Sorry, when you start making money, please, I hope you're going to come and give me what's due me.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that killer point there. So we are running out of time actually, and we have lots of other interesting sessions that we don't want you to miss out on. So we can't take all these questions, but we are going to share a link so you can drop your questions. And also we have another session, the brand therapy zone, that's just underneath the stairs, directly opposite to me now. There we are going to take all your questions relating to branding, marketing, whatever sort of challenges you have as a business owner. We'll take some questions there during the brand therapy session. But I'm just going to take this very last one because Mrs. Emily already spoke on systems. So this question goes, how can you build a system that works? I'm a textile artist, I produce fabrics and teach people how to produce fabrics. But lately, business has been very slow. Little to zero customers, all I get is inquiries. How can I build a system that works? So let's give her a system that works for her business.
Okay, so I don't know if you're building your personal brand, right? Your personal brand is like your foundation. You have to have it out there. Now, if you're building your personal brand, and if you're not, you should. You want to begin to show your work. You want to bring visibility to your work. So as you're producing textiles, as you're producing, as you're sewing, as you're whatever it is, as you're doing dyeing or whatever, you want to make sure you are filming all of that, and then you're putting it out on social media, right? Now, when you do that and you get to the point where you're putting out on social media, the rest is what I'm going to share with you. Last year business was very tough for me as well. In fact, it caused us to create some sort of pivot, if that's the right word to use. So I've done a lot of work for individuals and with individuals in the last 12 years, a lot of work. I've coached, I said, over 57,000, right? So, but this year,
Can we just give her a round of applause for that?
Thank you. So this year, we set out to go into corporate to begin to train in organizations, right? That's what we decided to do this year. Not to leave the individuals out, no, because I'm very passionate about that as well. So, but we decided that, hey, corporates, these guys, they pay more. I'm serious. So we started that this year. We started to send out proposals, you see? So I want to do it. I'm excited that this is going to change the cost of our business, but I didn't sit on it. We came up with, okay, what's the first step we're going to take now? All right, we're going to send out proposals to setting on organizations. Before we even send those proposals out, I had to look in my own contact list. Who do I know in certain places that I can speak to first? Can you help me send this proposal to L&D? I didn't even know anything about learning, and I didn't know those things exist in organizations. I don't. But I started to learn it because now that's where I'm going into. Right? So businesses will always be tough. It's what it is. I mean, talking about taxation now is going to really hit us bad. And then when the next government comes, we don't know what it's going to bring. Right? So, but then you always have to find a breakthrough. You always have to create that breakthrough. Where can I take this next? So back to the beginning, social media, your personal brand, you've got to be putting it out there in the right way. A lot of people build personal brands, but they're not doing it right. I'm telling you, I can tell you that with my full chest. People have this thing backward. It's not about posting content. It's about posting content in a strategic and intentional manner that it takes you to the end of the future or vision you have seen. It's from there you will be posting the content. Right? So now, let's say your end is to get customers or get clients, more opportunities. So now we come to your personal brand. That's the beginning. That's the starting point. And then you begin to post. The process for this, when somebody sees your video, there's a link in your bio. If you're using Instagram, a lot of us probably are using Instagram. There's a link in your bio. Let them click the link, and let it take them to a website. It could even be one page. Even if you can't afford a website right now, there are free platforms like Seller. There are free platforms like, there are different ones. There are different ones. You can put your products on that platform, and people can go there and they can buy. If it's on your website, these platforms have their limitations. On your website, you can do many more. On that same website, you can position yourself as a speaker in the fashion industry. That's another source of income, something entirely different. On that same website, you can even have like a startup book for textile people or something. Have it there. 3 things, not only you. On that same website, you can have like a membership or a mentorship community or so. People can pay you 10,000 naira every month or 100K in a year. Number 4, only you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in 2026, one of the things that a lot of us have to start to look out for is building community. This hall wouldn't have been full if Maureen wasn't building community. So you want to begin to think about building community, and that's going to take you back to your personal brand. I don't know if this makes sense. I gave you three extra ideas that you can use. So your social media, your personal brand, you have to get it right on social media. Please get that right. Invest in it. Invest starting from how you believe in yourself, the vision that you see for yourself. That goes to identity. That one has to be taken care of. Then we now go to the next thing. Who am I here? If you're doing textiles, you don't have to even sell to everybody. So let's stop all that everybody's selling. Stop it. Stop it. It's watering what you're doing. It's slowing your progress down. Pick your people. Know your people. Who deserves and who wants this the most and has the money to pay for it. And I can reach them. Identify those people. Build for those people now. Then later you can expand. You can expand. Are you with me? Yeah, that's what you can do. Did that make sense? Okay.
Can I add to that? Okay, quickly. All right. So while you're putting all of those in place, like Mrs. Emily said, one thing that also worked for me was affiliate marketing. She said, right, his business is going down, right? He hasn't made sales in a while. So affiliate marketing works for me really well. I had a few people in my circle. She talked about community that reached out to me. I reached out to them, and I was like, you know what, you could sell this on the side, make extra money, you know. I can give you at a discounted price, or I can sell at my regular price, and you add your own commission on it and sell. So you could get people in different states, because right now, one of the issues that people are facing, especially with a product like fabrics, right, or textiles, right, rather, we are looking at the cost of delivery. So if you could bring it closer to them through an affiliate or a stockist, right, it would be very great, because people would have to see it wherever they are, aside just the social media platforms and your website. So yeah, that's another.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we'll come to the end of this exciting session. If you have questions, or if I didn't read out your questions, please don't be upset. We are going to share a link, so just drop your questions via the link. And also, we have a brand therapist zone just behind, so go there and you can also ask questions there. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Emily, Mrs. Maureen, and Mrs. Edwina. I'm very sure that we can do much, much more better than that after such a powerful fireside chat and panel session. Are we all excited? And have we learnt a lot? It's a lie. Have we learnt a lot? Thank you very much. So we'll be moving on very quickly for the want of time. Our next speaker is a dynamic storyteller, a public speaker, an entrepreneur, and an advocate for women's empowerment. She's widely recognized for her relatable storytelling and thought-provoking conversations on life, relationship, personal growth, and societal issues. Academically accomplished, she holds a BSc in political science from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University and both a master's and PhD in international relations from the University of Port Harcourt. She's a lecturer in international relations and a serial entrepreneur who is passionate about empowering women and young people. Ladies and the gentlemen helping us behind, please make welcome the ever beautiful, ever amazing, ever sweet Dr. Ella Chioma Eze Adileje.
Please, Nalana, sit down. I'm not a speaker. Maureen ambushed me. My idea was to come and sit and just, I love women. And I love being in the same room. And the energy here is very electric. I just have a few words to say. First and foremost, I want to thank Maureen for doing this. Port Harcourt is growing, and we're becoming more intentional about personal development. Now, I remember a few years ago, we didn't have a lot of events like this. We didn't. We did not. I have the feeling that if we did, I would have done better. That's what I think. I and a lot of other women. When she was talking, we did follow, okay? We did a lot. Around 2018, 2019, Instagram was a madhouse. So right now, a lot of you have it quite easy. Then it was really tough. Everybody was doing trial and error. So now you have a lot of people who they have suffered in order for you not to suffer. Now, coming to events like this, very, very important. Wanting to develop, very important. But do you know what's most important? Implementation. Action. Acting on it. Did you pay to come here? It's a free event. And let me tell you, there's something about free things. If you paid, chances are you may be pushed to utilize it because it's your money. But because it's free, abuse isn't always so far. Now, when Emily was talking about systems, I remember when I used to hear systems, it sounded very complicated. It sounded very strange. But the systems, as I've come to learn, are very simple. A lot of us utilize it every day. We just don't call it systems. The soup you cook, there's a lay-down procedure. I am an Igbo woman. Putting onions inside onubu soup is a sacrilege. Like your dead grandfather will come up and knock you. But I don't even think onions does anything bad. But that's not the way we learned. So you wash your meat. You boil it, isn't it? You season it and boil it. There's a process. There's a way it is done. Then you will use your ancestral sense to calculate. Because a lot of things we do, we just use our brains to calculate. That's exactly what system is. Who does what? Who handles what? Who collects the money? Who makes the post? Now, there's something I love. I love Kilimanjaro chicken. This roasted one, is it grilled or roasted? And I have eaten it from almost every Kilimanjaro in Port Harcourt. They taste what? Exactly the same. It shock me rich now. They taste exactly the same. The consistency, it's always very juicy. It's never dry. The amount of garlic in it is exactly the same. And I knew it wasn't one person cooking this thing across Port Harcourt. It's not possible. So what do you think they did? It means there's a laid down procedure. There's a standard operating procedure into the making of that chicken. So everybody will replicate it. So let's say you have 20 chicken laps. They will say, okay, only 4 Maggi. I'm just giving you an example. Then 1 bulb of garlic. Salt, 1 teaspoon. They would write it down so that in case the chef that was working here dies or quits, any other person that comes in, as long as you can read, you would read it and see, this is what I'm going to do. That's exactly what systems are. And if you check your business from accepting DM orders to fulfilling the order, you will be able to break them down into systems, just like she was saying. So don't get it twisted. Now, anytime I am among ladies and girls, there's something I don't hesitate to talk about. Who can guess what it is? Una de fear? What is it nothing will make me no talk. Man. Why una no talk? I like man. She said it, you were not bold now. You were not, and I would have given you something if you had gotten it. You were not, I like talking about man. Do you know why? Why? Why do I like talking about man? Eh? Because okay, I like to help women. But I told you people in December that instead of me to advise Port Harcourt women again, what did I say I was going to do? I was going to buy 3 goats, 1 male goat, 2 female goats. I will train them. The male goat will impregnate the 2 female goats. They will have children. I will have profit. Because the profit in advising us, I don't used to see profit. So, but because Maureen has called me here, let me just try. I don't care how ambitious you are. I don't care how intelligent you are. I don't care how, you have a lot of dreams, you have a lot of goals. But one thing I know that can throw all that in the gutter is whatever relationship decisions you make. I am saying this with all seriousness. The man or men you end up with goes a long way. You need to learn to enter relationships that serve you. The reason I'm saying this is because I work with women a lot. And when some of them come to me with some questions, I feel like this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, if I stone you. But I have to do what? Pretend as if what she's asking me is normal. But it's not. It's not. The decisions you make affect not just you. It affects your career. It affects your generation. You need to guard your uterus generously. Some of you are promulgating lines that should end. I don't know. It's bad advice I used to give. Let me just tell you. This is not what they sent me to. But my time is up. But let me tell you. It's not, I'm not a speaker. They say I'm a charger, whatever that means. I should come and charge. So, charger time have ended. But the truth of the matter is, the reason why I'm saying this, a man can survive 5 bad marriages. You would barely make it alive from one. Barely. So, enter relationships, enter marriages, not for love. Listen, I did not say you shouldn't love the person. But men are not the problem. Men are very strategic about who they marry. They are thinking of the women who are valuable enough to be the mother of their children. That's why they will take a girl from the club, stay with her 2 years. When he wants to marry, what does he do? He goes to the church, or he calls his mother to find a wife. They're not interested in love. Do you get? But for you, I love him. Shut up. That's not enough reason. I am married 17 years, and I can tell you for free, love is not all it's cracked up to be. Love will not sustain a marriage. You see, love, that thing can die. Or you think it's every day I love the person I am with. Nobody should record me when I'm saying this. You should mind yourself. Because you people, see, love is important, it's good, but it's not the only thing. Compatibility, values that align, somebody who supports your dreams. I keep saying I will never be where I am if not for the person I married. Because now that I'm here, this is my second event. I'm going to a third one. Do you think I cooked before coming? Do you think I'm busy plaiting children's hair? I have support. You should too. You deserve it. So look for people who will serve your purpose as you serve theirs. Because harder times are coming. They were talking about pregnancy. Pregnancy is like a secret society. You will not know until you carry. Then you will see the elder brother of Shig. I'm saying this because times will come when you will rely on your partner more than you care to. They will be the ones that will push you. They will be the ones that would hold you up. And if you make a wrong choice, you see the dreams you have, they will just die a natural death. A lot of our mothers made that mistake. And some of them stayed in the marriages because of you. So don't allow your mother's sacrifice. She sacrificed her life in a bad marriage just to get stability for you. So don't sacrifice your mother's sacrifice. And most importantly, lastly, like she said, community, very key. Community of women. Sensible community. They will drag you out of terrible situations. They will give you support that nobody. I'm talking to Tim. My husband is my best friend. He's your best friend. I didn't say he should not be your best friend. But you need to have community of women who will hold you and tell you when you're being a good. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for our charger. Please give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. What do we say to Veronica's daughter? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for charging us very powerfully and very beautifully today. So we'll be going on a very quick break. It should be about a 10 to 15 minutes quick break. We have vendors outside. We have Orowiri, just selling food, water, drinks, and then we also have Tola Mode that is selling some fashion items. So this is also the perfect time for you to refresh yourself and, of course, to connect with someone in the room today. Thank you very much, and see you back in the next 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. So our break is just about to come to an end and to a close. So please, let's all make our way back into the hall. I'm going to repeat myself. Our break is about to come to an end. So please, let's all make our way back to our seats and into the hall. Thank you very much. This is a public service announcement, everyone. Our break is about to come to an end, so please, let's all kindly walk back to our seats. If you're outside, please kindly come back inside. We're about to kickstart the next segment of this event. Thank you very much. Those of us that are on the queue for the drink, please let's all kindly come back to our seats. The break has officially come to an end, and we're all required to come back to our seats so that we can begin the next session and segment of the event. Thank you very much as you obey so kindly. I want to believe that a large number of us are already inside. So please, if you're outside or behind, the next segment of this event is about to begin. So please, let's all kindly make our way forward or back to our seats. Thank you. If you're outside, please kindly come back inside. Let's make our way back to our seats. Thank you very much.
I told them not to take these things off.
Hello, everyone. DJ, thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves once again. Special thanks for coming back into the room as soon as you could. So let's get the energy back up in the room. So I'm going to be pointing at different directions. And whenever I point at your direction, what you're going to be doing is very simple. You're going to be clapping as loud as you can. Are we ready? Are we ready? So my left, the back left. Are we ready? Oh yeah. Put your hands together. As loud as you can, ladies. Thank you very much. The next set, please. As loud as you can. Thank you. Now over to the middle. Thank you very much. You can add some screams to it. Thank you. Thank you. And then over to you, beautiful ladies. Thank you very, very much. That was beautiful. So I want all of us to just quickly stand up. Just stand. Very briefly. Just stand. Now take a deep breath in. Take a very deep breath in. Smile. And now strike a power pose. Strike a power pose. You know, if they're inviting you to speak at an event, maybe the president of Nigeria, or the minister of education, or the minister of arts and entertainment, strike that power pose. Strike it, strike it, strike it. Now bring out your phones and take a quick picture with your neighbor. Take a quick picture with your neighbor. Then do hashtag #PowerPuffGirls. Let's do that very quickly. We have about a minute to do that. Are we ready? So once you do that, you post that picture on social media, and you know the assignment. Just post the picture on social media and tag Herlign on Instagram, HerlignFC. And then you can put the hashtag there, hashtag #PowerPuffGirls. Thank you very much. Are we done with that? Okay, I'm still going to give us 10 more seconds to take the pictures, to make videos. Yes, that's more like it. That's more like it. Thank you very much. You may now all be beautifully seated as queens in our kingdom. And then if you want to cross your leg, just cross your leg. And then balance. And then smile. A round of applause once again for yourselves. So we're going to be opening the next session and segment of this event by having a panel session. You would agree with me that the fireside chat was very interesting, right? Exactly. So we're going to be having one very similar to that. And please make welcome the moderator for the panel session, in no other person than Debbie Dixon. Please celebrate her and clap. You know, we've already done this. Celebrate a powerful woman when she's coming up stage.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. I'm sure some of you are wondering what's happening with my voice, right? So the moment I got the call that I was going to be moderating this panel session, I was so excited. I was so excited that my voice decided to take a break. So please forgive me if I sound rather unusual, but I promise you that I'm not very important right now. I have this really amazing set of ladies who will be coming up to share their experiences. And I do think that experience is the best teacher. And you don't always have to leave the experience to learn from the experience, right? So now these ladies are going to be coming up, and then they will share their stories, share their successes, share their failures, and then my voice wouldn't really matter at the end of the day. Hello? Can you hear me? So if you can hear me, just wave your hand. Okay, thank you so much. So today's conversation is about making the transition without losing yourself. And it's a topic that feels especially relevant now. We're in a moment where conversations like this are no longer optional. Like, you really have to have these conversations. If you're in business, you're in corporate, you're a freelancer, whatever niche you fall under, you need to have these conversations. How do I transit into my dream life without losing myself, right? And hopefully by the end of this conversation, we'll all walk away with a few ideas, a few questions, and maybe even a slightly different way of saying things. And of course, none of that happens without the very incredible women who are going to be a part of this panel. So we have an amazing lineup of panelists who bring different perspectives, different experiences, and a lot of thoughtful insight to this conversation. The first woman I'm about to introduce is a woman who I genuinely respect and I can connect to. She's a woman who stopped trying to fit into the box that society places people in. She's built her own world instead at the intersection of fashion, media, storytelling, and culture. She's a designer with the mind of a strategist and the instinct of a visionary. She didn't choose between her gifts. She found the thread connecting each and every one of those gifts. And I'm very sure that some of you here who are multi-potentialites or who have the gift of multiplicity can really connect to this lady. Ladies, please welcome Christy Igilbre. Keep those hands jamming while she comes up. Hello, Christy. You look amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just feel free. Okay. Okay, so our next panelist is another young woman who I have personally grown to admire and respect. She has built a community of writers who are doing exactly what she did, turning their crafts into career and their careers into freedom. She's a content strategist, an educator, and the founder of Right Academy. Please welcome Ms. Joy Ogide. Keep celebrating her, please. Welcome so much. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we have another very beautiful woman. Now, this woman I'm about to introduce, she works in one of the most technical, high-stakes environmental spaces on the continent. Like, she handles policy, restoration, sustainable finance, and she has navigated rooms that were not built for her, and she didn't just survive them. She has changed the temperature of those rooms. Please, ladies, welcome Mrs. Suka Boma Edango Opokere. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. This lady is not the last person. She's neither the least. However, she's a woman that I have so quickly grown to really admire. She's skilled at replicating success. More than once, she's gotten her hands dirty and built successful brands that we have come to know and love. She's a cosmetologist, a skincare clinic founder, an MBA, an author, a COO, but more than any title, she's a woman who has built something beautiful and then had the courage to let it grow beyond her. Please welcome Mrs. Kalane ABA Corey Palmer. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get into the conversation that matters. Okay, so I'm going to start with this really beautiful lady that just walked in. And Kay, I remember seeing some time ago a quote on Facebook that was sort of your favorite quote. And that quote said, "Courage knowledge is a muscle. We strengthen it by use. And it got me thinking, what kind of person has that quote as their life quote? Like, it has to be a person who dares, to do things. It has to be a person who is exceptionally courageous. Now, if you do not know, Miss K has a background in economics and sociology, but she was able to pivot from that into what she does now. And I want her to be able to tell her story. So, Miss K, tell us, what gave you that audacity? I mean, to leave what everybody felt you were going to, do, and then start up a brand. Hi.
Can you guys hear me? Hi, ladies. How are we all doing? You all look so pretty. So I'm really happy to be here. So just to dive into the question, so I think I find that there's always a pull with every individual. And I think quite early I had that pull. I'm such a creative, and I'm also left-handed. So find out. Can you hear me over there? Oh, so sorry. So I'll just project my voice. So I said I'm such a creative, right? And quite early, I enjoyed drawing, right? And I think I was one of those kids that when everyone is going right, I would always want to go left. So I understood quite early what I enjoyed doing, and I think I just enjoyed creating art. I was really good in fine art, and time to go to school, university. Weirdly, I was good with numbers as well, so I was torn in between being an artist or, just being an engineer or a doctor or whatever. To be honest, I actually wanted to be a doctor. And the time came and I said, you know what, I'm in between sciences and any other things. I said, you know what, I'm just going to settle for economics and sociology. But those two courses taught me to understand people. And I realized that I wasn't just a creative because I loved art. I actually loved people because I feel like we human beings, we are like the best masterpiece that anyone could actually try to understand. And in understanding ourselves, it made me want to know more, how to make people more confident, how to make them feel confident. And that was what propelled me to, make the motions to move into manufacturing my, at that then, makeup line. And then I moved into skincare. And then I moved into hospitality with Buns and Batter. But it was more about understanding us as human beings and understanding ourselves. So for me, it wasn't quite difficult. I just really needed to understand, what makes people happy, how can I interact with them much better, and how can I, fit in, really, because sometimes it's really difficult to do that.
Hello. Okay. Just circling back to something you said, having to make that switch. Did you at any point face any sort of resistance from anybody? Maybe mentors, your folks, someone saying, you better just do what you studied in school as opposed to doing business.
Yeah, because I remember going to family gatherings and you have your aunties and uncles and they would ask you, what are you doing now? And you go oh, I'm a makeup artist. And they would say things like, didn't we come for your graduation? Didn't you study economics? And I'm like, yes. So why aren't you in CBN? Why aren't you working in a bank? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you an analyst? And I said, this is what I enjoy doing. And I think for every time I met a resistance, it was my answer that made them question me more. So when you meet people who question what you are doing now, even when you are confused, the best thing is to give them an answer that is true to yourself. So for every time they asked me, why did you choose makeup artistry? I had a profound answer. I would want to help women feel better in their skin. I want to help women to feel more confident. And then the next question would go oh, really? Do you have women that are not confident? I said, yeah, we have so many, including myself speaking to you. Then it turns into a conversation starter. The moment you actually allow people to make you or belittle what you feel you stand for, then you've opened the door for resistance. I'm not saying that you won't face them, but you have to be confident for every step. It's not going to be easy, but for every step that you are in, or every stage you are in at a particular time, you just have to be confident in that step.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kay. So we'll circle back to you, but let's go to the very beautiful Christy. Okay, it's okay. So Christy, like I said, I take a very particular interest to you and what you represent because you're such a gifted person. I mean, to be able to do what you do, you have to have had a story, right? So at what point did you accept who you were? At what point did you say, I am this person, I am a multi-potentialite, I am not linear? You know how very often people expect that you pursue a particular career. I'm a banker and I'm going to be a banker for the next 25 years and sort of retire, right? And then the next minute you're doing banking and you want to do content creation, and then you want to do fashion, and then you want to open up a school. Like, it just goes on and on. So the question is, were you ever ashamed of that aspect of you? And then what were your struggles before you began to accept who you were?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Good
Hello.
afternoon. First off, I am so happy and grateful to be here. And if I stutter a bit, please bear with me. I am still getting a hang of actually speaking to people up close, and it's quite different when it's online. So please bear with me. So for the struggles, yes, I did. I was actually ashamed about who I am or who I was aspiring to be for the longest. Like Kay said, I've always been a very creative person. I've been, right from the longest I can remember, I could draw, I could paint, I could bake, I could design, I could make dresses. I could do a lot of things without even having to try. So I remember growing up, my mom used to say, one lifetime is not enough for all the things you want to do. So I've always had that in me. So the problem became, what do you want to do? Like, where are you going to start from? So whenever I'm doing this today, and people see me doing another thing tomorrow, like, you're doing this, like, how many? So I've always had that subtle shame attached to it. Like, I felt scattered.
Yeah.
I felt like I was neither here nor there. So, but not until recently. Usually when someone would ask me, what do you do? And I say what I do, and they're like, that's a lot of things. I always used to say, Philippians 4:13 says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So you're just seeing half. There's still more to come. So join the band.
Beautiful. A round of applause for her, please.
So I think that always helped me in a sense. Like, at the back of my mind, I remember that God told me I can do everything. So I just have to figure out the structure to be able to build what I'm trying to build. So when I realized, when I honed it, when I owned that I have a lot, I've been gifted with a lot, it's a disservice to me and to God who gave it to me to not even at least try. If I try and I see, okay, it's not working, I'm like, God, I tried though. See, I tried. And I can then give up with my full chest and say, I put it out there. Okay. But when I try and I realize, I can really do this, people are seeing you're doing this and they are liking it, why now take a step back? Absolutely. So it also helps that people are quite open to seeing that, I'm good at this. And people even start referring me to more opportunities to even do that. And I just pick up from there and continue the journey.
Okay. So there's going to be a follow-up question to that. How do you know what skills to, prioritize? You know what skills are in your core, what skills are going to be in the periphery, what skills do I monetize as a multi-potentialite, what skills do I keep sacred, that maybe it's just a hobby and I just do that to, relax myself and do so. So we're going to circle back to that. However, I don't know if there is a woman in the crowd here that can connect to her story, somebody who has been multi-gifted and has been told you're so confused. I know my sister used to tell me, why are you doing everything, Debbie? Just pick a struggle. And she never understood why today I had passion for something and then, the next day I wanted to do something else. So if you're one of those women, if you can, relate to the story, let me just see you wave your hands. So I celebrate all of you, okay? In a bit, we'll be taking questions from you, but before then, I want to go to Joy. Joy is a content writer, and she has successfully established her own brand. Now, freelancing is a very complicated game. If you've ever been a freelancer, I have been a freelancer, and I know the complications of that. People tend to think you are subpar or substandard because, you don't have an agency attached to you. Oh, you're just, don't worry, I can ask you to do a job for, less than the international standard of pricing. So outside of pricing, there are other struggles that come with freelancing. So Joy, can you tell us what your unique struggles were as a freelancer starting the freelance game?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
First off, I think being a Nigerian is already a struggle on its own. So imagine everything she just said and then add a Nigerian to it. So that's like times 10 of what she just said, right? Because for me, 3 things that I struggled with starting out, and even now I still trying to adjust to it. Firstly, obviously, country restrictions, right? The fact that people blatantly come out and say, we don't accept Nigerians. We don't accept Africans, stuff like that. And then, exactly. Then there's the payment thing as well. The fact that, receiving payments and all of that. So the fact that you have to, you see a job that looks so good, everything fits perfectly, and then you're in the application process, and you're just going, and suddenly you see, only for EU-based, something like that, and you're like, okay, I have to cancel everything I've done. So country restriction was like a very big struggle that I had. And then there was the problem of learning how to sell my skill. So it's one thing to have a skill, it's another thing to learn how to sell it. And it's difficult as a freelancer because if you work for someone, things are more stipulated, more arranged, things are organized. This is how much you're getting paid, this is when you're getting. As a freelancer, you're doing everything by yourself. So learning to sell, your skills, you'll be like, I don't want to I don't want to overprice. At the same time, I don't want to underprice. So that balance, for me, it was also a challenge. And then the third one was clarity. I struggled with not being sure of what I was doing at the start. And at the time I started, we didn't have so many people doing what I am doing freelance-based. So it was a hassle trying to get into the audience.
Okay, so let's go back to your talk on clarity. So how did you arrive at a point where you knew this is what I wanted to do, this is what I wanted to pursue, this is how I wanted to price myself, this is how I wanted to structure my freelancing, business? Okay. So how did you arrive at that point of clarity? Okay, so first, the first thing that happened to me was, first off, I was an engineering student for 5 years. Wow. I graduated as an engineer, right? A mechatronics engineer. So imagine moving from engineering, you now say you want to start writing. You see the switch, that's the transition we are talking about, right? So dealing with that it was in my final year that I decided, I like this engineering, but I think I like my writing better, okay? So 3 things also that I did to get that clarity. The first thing I did was research. There's so much information on the internet, but when you limit yourself, you don't know what's available out there. So one of the things I learned to do was research. I'm on my phone, I'm scrolling. How do you do this? And that was actually how I stumbled upon the first person I worked with. It was while I was researching how content writing jobs, and I saw someone called him, and it was a God connection, but that was the first thing I did, research. Okay, so research. Then after researching, okay, this is what we have in place, you now have to position yourself. Okay, before positioning, you learn about what you want to do. Okay. Because you're in a competition with the whole world, right? What you want to do, about 100,000 people also want to do the same thing. Yeah. So you need to learn, how do I put myself in this market? And then positioning myself the right way. These were 3 things that helped me get clarity. Thank you so much. Yeah. Before we open up the questions to the audience to ask one specific question, we'll just take one person for now. I want to ask Suka something. Now, Suka works in a very male-dominated industry. If you're a corporate person here, you don't know that the quota allocated to men is actually very different from the quota allocated to women. And so there's always a struggle in the workplace to stand out as a woman, to be appreciated for what you do, to have a voice in a male-dominated industry. Now, Suka represents just that. Now, Suka, how did you manage, the struggles you encountered initially in the industry? And then were some of the struggles internal, not just external, what you were facing from your colleagues who were men, but were some of the struggles internal as well?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah. So first, you asked me how am I managing the struggles sitting in between beautiful creatives. Those of us in the corporate world, it's quite easy sitting behind your laptops and doing kind regards, find attach. We are not used to. We are not used to all of this. So that's the first struggle I'm having.
Okay.
Unlike them, I am a geologist, and after school, I decided to explore my fashion sense area, designing, and believe me, I cried every night because I knew I was not in the right place.
Oh.
Kudos to you guys. An engineer is leaving for freelancing and the rest. So it's not even easy on our own end. I cried every night because I knew I was not rightfully placed. Then I was rightfully placed. And let's say in an employment of 18 persons, you're just 2 females. And working with men, it's so tricky. They'll first of all make you feel like a princess. You're a human, calm down, they'll buy you lunch. But don't settle. Once you settle into that princess zone, you've lost out. Yeah? You just see your colleagues, people you got employed together, rising, and those were the things I saw. And my work is field-based, and there'll be schedules, and there's no female attached for field works. And I'm like, why? I'm always pushing. And they called me women leader. And they called me, and I'm somebody that like carrying people along. I can, as well as get my name into it without the rest, right? And they called me women leader. And it got on to the point that if you come to my office now and you said, where are the females? Our men will say, we don't have females in this unit.
Are you serious?
We are all men, because we are all hustling and working together. So it's not quite easy working in a male-dominated area. If you want to push, you're going to be stereotyped. Like you're being too arrogant because you want to voice out. You don't have respect, normal thing. And if you're very emotional, you will fall back into your shell. And it's hot, actually, wanting the best for yourself and you're being stereotyped. If you're single, the worst. If you're married, you don't respect your husband. So that's the kind of judgment you get to see. Yeah, that's the kind of judgment you get to see. And they'll just keep saying, oh, this tax is not for women, this tax is not for women. And it's left for you to prove yourself that you can do it. At least prove yourself that you can do it.
Yeah.
Get to a certain balance before you fall back, so that they know you can actually do it.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if I
Yeah,
answered your question.
absolutely. A round of applause for her. So, I think very often we tend to draw validation from other people, and because of that, there's this urge to always people please, always, you know how people say, what do you bring to the table? And I find that very insulting when people say that, depending on the context, because everyone comes with value, and if my value is not sufficient for the room, I will bring my own table. I do not understand why I always have to confirm. So when it comes to validation, seek validation for yourself. It has to come from you. It has to be innate. Now, before we go into our second round of questions, we're just going to take one question. So you're allowed to direct it to one of the speakers or one of the panelists. Just one question from the audience, and then we can move on so we can conclude the session. So I could just say, perfect. So there's a beautiful lady in black. Hello, okay? So you just come to the right, the mic here, and then we could take your question, okay? So you just tell us your name and what you do, and then shoot your question. Hello? Okay, sorry, no, the next mic. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the organizer of this program. I'm really gaining a lot of value.
You're welcome.
My question... Okay, sorry, my name is Violet Chigozie. I want to direct my question to the first lady
speaker.
The one on white.
The one on white. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that's Chrissy. Okay.
Okay. Her story is just like mine. I'm multi-talented. I can do a lot of things without learning them. I can sew. I didn't learn how to sew. I can bake. I didn't learn how to bake. The list is endless. At the same time, I'm so confused because when people around me look at me and see me, like last week, I was making a free trouser. My sister came in and said, "Ha, another one. Where do you belong to?" So each time I venture into these different skills, I'm just more confused. I don't just know where to start from. So please, I want to know, how did you figure out the one you are currently in? Is there, did you get it by vision, or you, or you just followed by the one you're in? I don't just know. Just tell me. I'm just confused.
Okay, thank you so much, Violet. So, Christy.
Okay, I totally get what you mean, because this took me back to 2018, my wedding. That was when I literally decided to start sewing full-time. I had never made a wedding dress before. I had never made a shrebi dress before. And I told everybody I was going to make my wedding dress. And we're like, "Are you okay?" And I said I was going to do it. I made my wedding dress, 11 bridesmaid dresses, 14 ashwebi dresses, bridal robes. I did not go to any fashion school. I did it. The only reason I did not bake my wedding cake was because my father-in-law said, "You will never do this. You will fall sick." So I can totally relate to that. But the thing is, first of all, the problem you're dealing with is something called choice paradox. When you have so many options, there's this feeling of getting stuck. I can do so much, but where do I start? What I like to tell people is, figure out, sit down one day, think of like 3 to 5 things you're good at. You can place it in a hierarchy of the first 3 things that you're really good at or you love doing. Even if you don't love them, people know that you're greater at it. Like, I can use this example. Like, I was baking, 2018, I was baking, before cake slices became a thing in Port Harcourt. I'll be sending out 100 cake slices in a day, bake cake, send out in a day. But at the time, people were telling me, "Do this content thing, you're good at editing, just focus on it." So people could see that better before I could. So you can pick out the first 3 things that you are really good at, or people know that you're good at, and then do it in the hierarchy, 3 to 5. Because if you put that out there, like if you write out those 3 to 5 things, you see that somehow, somewhere, they are all connected. It's just like, let's say, a bracelet or a bead or a bead.
Yeah.
They might look similar, but they are slightly different. And there's one thing tying all of them together. So if you, for example, you say you love baking, you love fashion design, you love something else. There's something that is there bringing you into making something beautiful out of nothing. There's some form of creativity, storytelling. There's some form of building in it. You can see that you love to build. What you need now, I would advise you, because that is also what I did. I would not drop it. I won't drop them all. I can just prioritize it.
Absolutely.
If the baking is bringing you more money, right? And it is something that, let's say you're not doing very unique designs in the sense that you can do without it. You can create a structure. You can delegate it. So you can wake up Monday, batch, sieve your baking powder, the flour, the everything for, let's say, the cakes you have in a week. You already have your design set. Your staff can do the cake. So you can either bake it and the person ices it while you're doing the fashion part of it. Do you understand? So you're not giving up on anything. You're still doing it, but now you have help. So you're still achieving your goal while not still feeling like you're doing a disservice to yourself. I don't know if you get what I mean. Yeah. So you're delegating it, but you're not giving up. So if the fashion is the hierarchy in the sense that you're making more money from fashion, people are like, the orders from fashion is coming more. You do that, you focus on that, you get help in that fashion aspect. Yeah. Delegate part of it, create your pattern. If it's suits, you know that, okay, you draft it or you make a sample and keep. Like the suit I'm wearing now, made a sample, kept it for the staff to design, to finish it up while I'm there filming content for my clients. So you delegate aspects of the business that you know I can do without not focusing on this side. So it is still you, but it's not 100% you, because you only have two hands at the end of the day. And you're only one person. You can't be everywhere at the same time. So I would say when you figure out those three main pillars, you see what connects them, it makes it easier to focus on the one you want to delegate, the one you want to give more of yourself to, and the timing you want to allocate to it. Because at the end of the day, it's just 24 hours. Absolutely. So if you're waking up early, on today, you say, okay, I'm waking up early to go and batch my floor and everything so that by 12 noon, I am back to the sewing room. You see that you've prioritized it, you've also allocated timing, and you stick to that timing. What I do for myself is I penalize myself if I don't adhere to the time I've given to myself. So if I miss out on that time, I'm fining myself. I actually give myself fine for not doing that thing. So when I remember that, oh, that money is not even going to me, I'm going to pay to somebody else. I like money. I will try and adhere to what I set for myself to do. I don't know if this
Thank you so
helps
much,
out
Christy. I think this is a course on its own, and if you want so much clarification, please, Christy is available. This is her life, she lives it. I often think about multiplicity as a hamburger. There's a reason why you will not put okra in a hamburger, isn't it? Right? Even though the meat is different, the vegetables are different, they have a way of coming together to make this really scrumptious meal, right? There is a reason why you're not attracted to bricklaying. There's a reason why, the attraction is to a particular thing. So just like what Christy has said, there is always a thread that connects all your interests. So find that thread, and I'm sure that the sky will be your starting point. Hello. Hi, so a round of applause for yourselves. We'll take our last round of questions, and we're going back to the very amazing KJ. Okay, so KJ, you're COO of Bunsen Butter, and you've written a book, you run a clinic, you run a cosmetic brand, you're a mom, you're a wife, like you do a lot of things. And I know that women, we are known to be, what is the word now? There's a word that is often used to be multitaskers, even though that's a very, dangerous term. However, we are capable of doing multiple things at once. Now, when it comes to managing diverse things, KG manages a business. She's COO of a bakery, right? And a bistro and a bakery, absolutely. And then she's also in the beauty industry. KG, there needs to be a structure for that to work out. What is your structure? If I were going to do multiple businesses or pursue multiple things, what structure do I need to have in place to be able to excellently deliver on all fronts? Right.
All right. Thank you for that question. So for me, you hear people say things like you have to have a structure, you have to have this, you have to have that. First thing I would say is ask yourself, would this cost me my peace? That's very, very important, because most times when people teach you or talk to you about structure, you leave feeling a bit more confused as opposed to having the answers to what is structure for your business. What are your non-negotiables? So when it came to all my businesses, I told myself that my peace is really, really important, and the peace of the people, my team members, or whoever I would work with. My environment has to be stable. Whatever I am giving forth has to have a return on investment. Meaning, if I have to maybe educate a lady today on how to make up herself or how to take care of her skin, I need to know that she can educate another lady. She has to be the gift that keeps on giving. So in having structure, you have to be able to replicate yourself. So I find that when people come into my space and they meet me personally, they would sometimes say maybe they felt like they were speaking to me maybe when they speak to my team member. You have to be able to pour into another person, because it's easy for people to say, no, don't teach too much, gatekeep, because when you hire people, they would leave you after 3 months, or they would, find another job and you're left to keep retraining and teaching. In maintaining your structure, repetition actually helps you to keep it stable. So when you pour into one person, you're pouring into 10, you're pouring into 1,000. So you have to ensure that you're not losing yourself at the same time. And it's not every, opportunity, it's not every, door that opens that is your assignment. You need to understand that having businesses is not just about, making money, or you're just doing so many things at the same time, because you can be busy, but busy doing nothing. I, for one, would say whatever you find yourself doing, ensure that you are fulfilling purpose. You go to bed understanding and knowing that you have done something, right? Because even, let me go into this. So for me, I see it as though if I do something right, people see me and they say, well done, Kay. They will glorify God in heaven because he has given me those abilities to showcase. So even when you're implementing things, telling people, this is your standard operating procedure, you have to do this, ensure you tell them the why. Because if people don't understand why they are doing something, then they won't even do it at all. And also, when you're giving people rules or, regulations, or telling them this has to be like this, when we come to work, we have to clean here or we have to do that. People would only care about what you tell them to do when they know you care. So you have to be a caring person. I know people say things like, oh, we can't just be too friendly in our workspaces because they will take us for granted. The truth is, if you don't care, people will know you don't care. It doesn't hide. So if you're talking to me, I would easily blank out because I'm like, this is my boss. She doesn't really care if I've eaten this morning, so why should I even? So even when I am doing that thing I'm supposed to do, I would not do it as passionately as I would have. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. So people who watch football, sometimes when you watch the players when they play football, they don't just play football passionately because, they have to win or because of it's a sport. They play because the coach who is coaching them actually cares. So sometimes that win is not just for themselves, it's actually for the coach. Because they know that, oh, I don't want to disappoint this person because this person has actually invested, in me. So when you're creating your structures, for me, I ensure that I delegated things that I know that I did not have. So for example, if I'm not good in public speaking, I would employ or delegate that to somebody who can do that. I tried not to be everything to everybody at every given point in time. Okay. I tried to just, focus.
Thank you so much, Ms. K. Ms. K mentioned something about replicating yourself, and that's very easy when you have a business structure because it's very easy to train your staff, speak to them about the vision, mission, the values of the company, and sort of replicate yourself. However, in a corporate setting, the dynamic is very different. You're constantly having to prove yourself to yourself and to your colleagues that you are competent, that you're good at what you do. So how do you, how do you replicate yourself, if that makes sense? How do you double your productivity without burning out?
Sorry, I'm just trying to...
It's okay. No, take your time.
Rephrase the question.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. How do you double your...
So how do you double your productivity, maintain the level of energy you have in the workplace without burning out? Because this is you in a male-dominated space, right? And you're constantly having to work. How do you not burn out?
Yeah, it's not quite easy, unlike the entrepreneurs. You know that, as an entrepreneur, you know that you cannot give up, right? But as a corporate...
Absolutely. Corporate body.
As a corporate
yes,
body, it's easy for you to just fall back and say, it's not my company, right? If you don't do it, someone else will do it.
Absolutely.
But then again, you have a purpose. You know why you're there. You know what you're aiming to be or where you're aiming to go. And you just have to give results. Are there burnout? Yes. The worst of it all can even come from office politics and all of that. Yeah, even when you tend to give in your best, you're result-oriented, and they see it, and you're working on something that is very juicy and bright, and politics play, and you're kicked out of it, Will you be kicked out of it? Verily, verily, you will be. Will it affect you? Sure. But the impact is on how you take it. I see every new position, it may not even be a promotion, it could be a demotion to you. I see it as an opportunity. We are all Christians, I believe. Just like Isaac dug a well, there was a contention and the rest of it. I tell myself, if they are looking for well diggers, they will call Isaac, right?
Isaac, yeah, absolutely.
He created a profession. So the fact that office politics comes into play or you're getting burnt out does not mean you should give up. You keep putting in your best. You may not even notice it, or you may feel like you're not even being acknowledged for it. But one thing about the corporate world is when they are deciding your fate, you're not in that room. You will never be in that room.
Absolutely.
And people notice you. People notice what you give. People notice how you change the game. If you're a team player, you must not be a leader, right? How you change the game if you're a team player. And they'll always want to recommend you for positions or make you to be in their team, which also would end up showcasing you and your capabilities.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suka. Okay, so this last question will be for Joy. Now, Joy, sorry, finding purpose while freelancing can be very tasking because with freelancing, most times your focus is about making money and you just want to, keep getting your clients, making money and seeing how, thank you very much, and seeing how you can make do with what you have now. But you somehow found purpose in all of that. By the way, let's celebrate Joy. She just launched her Right Academy. Yes, so this is the second cohort. So tell me, at what point did you feel like, this shouldn't be about me getting clients and making money. I think it's time to give back to society. And yeah.
Okay, so I was speaking with a group of women last week, and I said something to them. I said, respect God enough to want more, right? I don't believe you're just called to this earth to do basic stuff because there's already a lot of people in the world. So why do we need you if you're just going to do what the next person is doing? There's always, always more in you. So for me, as a child of God, you are called to call others. Okay? So when you step into a place, it's because you've been trusted with some sort of capacity, right, to hold the fort and then eventually bring others to the same place because that's how legacy is established eventually, right? If you do your stuff and go, you will be gone because trust me, we will all be gone, right? It's a whirlwind. People are moving fast. Today this person is here, tomorrow they're not here again. So the way to prepare for when you're not there is to bring others to the place where you are. So for me, knowing that I love doing this, I enjoy doing this, how can I establish a system that runs without me being here, such that others can do the same thing that I do and get results with or without my presence? So that was the drive. That was what made me push and want to, establish things that just brings others to where I am.
Okay, thank you so much, Joy. So we're about to bring this session to a close. But before we go, I'm going to ask, this is just going to be very rapid. It's going to be in seconds, okay? I'm going to ask every panelist to look into the crowd. There are women who are just like you or who you've been like in the past, right? In one sentence, what would you say to them? Those women who are still waiting for validation, who are still waiting for a push to transition, who still, have a lot of things to achieve but are afraid, they're still silent. What do you want to say to them in one sentence? Christy, let's go.
Okay, first off, I will say if you're waiting for the world to see you, they may never see you.
Absolutely.
You have to start going, and everybody will follow along. When they see the drive, when they see the journey, when they see the process, they will join us.
Absolutely. So you don't have to wait for the applause of other people. Just keep going, and people would eventually come. Thank you so much, Christy. Joy, what do you have to say?
So I'll say fail fast because you're going to fail. So fail fast so that you can get into the winning part of it.
Oh, very powerful. Fail fast. Okay, Suke. Okay, here you go.
Yeah, I would say do not settle. No matter what, do not settle. Keep pushing. Keep wanting more. It's not a crime. Keep wanting better for yourself. Do not settle at any level.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suke.
So I would say that you should do it afraid. Because when fear kicks in, it's natural human instinct to fight back. And you realize that you are more stronger than you actually think.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we're about to go into a breakout sessions, and these amazing women will be leading the breakout sessions. Each panelist represents a different niche, you know. So Miss K represents the entrepreneur, right? Mrs. Suka represents the corporate world, and then Joy represents the freelancer, and the beautiful Christy represents the multi-potentialite or multi-passionate people, right? So whatever niche you most identify with, please feel free to locate them. These women have a lot of wisdom to give. You probably have tasted what they carry, and there's so much technicality to what they do. There's so much wisdom available. So please settle down, and I do hope that you would learn so much from them, okay? Before we go, can we all stand up? And I just want you to do something. Look at the woman on your left or on your right and celebrate her. Just give her a round of applause. And then say to her that you are not alone. Absolutely. So we're very proud of you. Thank you so much for listening to our session.
Another round of applause once again for a very beautiful panelist and, of course, the ever beautiful moderator for that powerful session. That was such a full circle moment, and I'm sure that you would agree with me, right? Okay, so just as they have mentioned earlier, we're going to be breaking out into various sessions. And as you can see, boards are already being placed at different sides of the hall. So please identify, we have the corporate, we have the entrepreneur, we have the freelancers. So just identify whatever breakout session you want to be a part of, and each of the panelists would facilitate each breakout session. So please, let's do that very quickly. Just move over to where you have each board that speaks to you, and we'll begin the breakout session very shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, so to my right-hand side, we have the business owner. In the middle, we'll have the corporate woman. So if you're a business owner or you fall under that category, please make your way to the right-hand side of the hall. That's my right-hand side of the hall. Just in the middle, we have the corporate woman. So if you're a 9-to-5er, if you're a corporate woman, please make your way to the middle of the hall. And to my left, which is your right, actually, we have the multi-passionate woman. So if you are passionate about different things all at once, please make your way to the left-hand side, my left-hand side of the hall. And then towards the left-hand side, also, we have the freelancer. So if you're a freelancer, please make your way to the left part of the hall. Thank you very much. We are kickstarting the breakout session right about now. Thank you.
You know, I told you that when everybody goes right, I do left, right? So I should come in the middle. Okay.
Okay, I make cafes, breakables with probiotics for women who are struggling with yeast infections to help with their gut health and overall pH balance of their sister down there.
Fantastic. Did you hear her? So she makes coffee for women who are struggling with yeast infections so that it balances the
pH.
hormonal and their pH. So if you hear that, would you buy her? Yes. Right? Why? Does she sound like she has a team of people working with her? So she sounded like it was
provide that, that blank sheet I gave you. Everybody that meets with me must transform somehow, somewhere. I must be in position, I must provide answers. I must be that person that makes people feel like we've gotten clarity on something. So before I continue speaking, I would want to hear one or two personal or practical issues so that I know that I'm keeping the heads of people's topics. So let's start. What's your name, my love?
So I'm dealing with structure currently. Okay. My business has gotten to whereby it's grown. When I started the business, I started to survive, but it became more serious. So currently I have workers, but training them now is the issue because most of them are students. You understand? Please, people should come for training. Oh, I have exam today. Oh, I have class today, and all of that. I don't want to deal with students because what if the client needs you? Do I need to go and start sourcing workers from someone else? Because I figured out recent, I'm giving the job like out to other people that run the business as well, and it's affecting me. So I'm dealing with structure. I don't know what to do at this point in my business. Even the pay, the pricing, everything is affecting me. So if you can advise me, I run a cleaning business here in Port Harcourt. Yeah, though we travel outside a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, my love. Sorry, I'll come to you. So let me just address Debbie's what's her name? Jennifer. When you listen to both of them, what are they not telling you? What are they not telling you? What are they not saying? What are you perceiving from what they both said? So let me refresh her issue. Her business is going great, structure. She's working with more students. And with students, you cannot really rely on them with the pay and everything. Because like you said, if the client needs something, the student might not be available. What should you do, right? And then he is a fantastic, aviation expert and loves her identity working with the airline, but she also has her own personal travel business and is doing fantastic, right? But there is that whole issue of you can't run your own parallel business. So what should she do? They both actually know what they're supposed to do. That's the thing. They both know. And if I ask deeper, they have been thinking about it, but they are not really sure. So I will help tell them. Fear is something that don't get me wrong, I'm understanding your needs. It's Coco Gentile here. I'll be the first to respond. When you see this thing about courage is knowing that yes, things will happen, things will come, but I will have to face it.
Hello, everyone. Please, we have 3 minutes left on the clock. So please, let's try to wrap up the session as quick as possible. Thank you very much. We have exactly 2 minutes left, and I believe that we're all wrapping up our sessions now. Exactly 60 seconds left on our clock. That's 1 minute. Please let's all do well to wrap up the sessions now. We have 30 seconds left, please. Thank you very much. Our time for the breakout session is now up. So please, panelists, let's do well to wrap up and send everyone back to their respective seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, let's break our breakout sessions. Thank you very much. All panelists, please let's round up. Our time is up already. From the multi-passionate woman to the corporate woman to the freelancers, please let's round up. Okay. Thank you all very much. Please, we are very much far behind time. Let's break up the sessions now. Thank you. Thank you, the corporate woman. Thank you, freelancers. Thank you, business owners. Thank you, the multi-passionate woman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves as you walk back beautifully to your seats. Thank you all so much. Please, let's all walk back to our seats. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Please, let's all walk back to our seats. Thank you. Well done, everyone. Well done. Thank you all so much. Please, let's proceed to our various seats. Let's proceed to our various seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause for yourselves as you walk back to your seats beautifully, like queens and princesses. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Please, let's all be seated. Let's all be seated so we can progress to the next segment of the event. The businesswoman, please, can we all proceed to our seats? Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. The businesswoman, please. Let's proceed to our seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We have just one breakout session that is left that has refused to adhere to the rules. Please, the businesswoman, kindly go back to your seats. Thank you so, so much. We're very grateful. Thank you so much. Can we all go back to our seats? Can we be seated now? The multi-passionate woman. Thank you very much. We can now break the breakout session, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mrs. Christie, thank you very much. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you all. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Let's come back to the room. Let's come back to the room. Let's come back. Are we back? Are we back? Thank you very much. Now a round of applause for yourselves once again. It's only the middle people that are clapping. My right-hand side, please, a round of applause for yourselves once again. The left, please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you all very much. So we're going to be doing something very quickly before we move over to the next session and the next segment of this event. So I want one person from each breakout room to just come and briefly share what they learned from that session. So one person from the corporate human, one person from the freelancers, one person from the multi-passionate woman, one person from the business owner. So let's do that very quickly. One person from where? Okay, one person from multi-passionate woman. Okay, please, one more person. We need someone from the business woman, the business owner, the corporate woman. I'm seeing, okay, what group? Business. Okay, please just come forward. Take a step forward. Please, a round of applause for them as they come forward. So we still need two more persons. So one from, okay, what group, please? Corporates. Please come forward. Okay, you have the mic there with you. Thank you very much. So we need one more person. What group, please? Freelance. I think, do we have someone from freelance already? No. Okay, so we're very much complete. Please, a round of applause for them. Celebrate them. Thank you very much. Please, your name, what group, and then what you've learned.
Sorry. Okay, I think you can hear me now. My name is Chineome, and I joined the Businesswoman Breakout Group. And she spoke about a lot of things, but some of the things that stood out to me is building structure and having a system. So it doesn't matter who does what in your business. The structure and system should be the same, really. They shouldn't be able to know when the madam is around, when the madam is not around. She also specifically talked about something I think a lot of businesses do now, where they say, oh, like lash techs, the madam, if you want her to do your lashes, 15,000. If you want assistant, maybe 10,000. So she said it doesn't communicate very positive things about your brand. It's as if the assistant is like, oh, yeah, manage her sha, as you don't get money. And then when you have money, and you're serious, madam can now attend to you because you have 15K. So she spoke about something that I think is very important because personally, I'm sure a lot of people have experienced it. She said something about training your staff. Don't be scared that people will leave your business. They will leave, that's the truth according to her. But just train them because you need them for your business to function. So just train them anyway. And then aside training them, just see it like you're paying it forward. Even if they leave, you've been able to sow something in someone's life at the end of the day. What else did she talk about? She also said something about people that wanted to leave their jobs for, their business. When you're ready, you know what to do. You leave the job. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. You can already tell by that very brief summary that was such a powerful session that they had in that breakout room. So over to the next person.
All right, good day, everybody. Okay, I'm Rejoice. I attended the multi-potential woman session. All right, I learned from two sets of persons, the speaker and my fellow attendees. So the speaker said something about having an umbrella. Since you're multi-passionate or multi-potentialite, you should have an umbrella that encompasses everything that you do, so that when you find yourself in a room and you're asked who you are or what you do, you're able to kind of state a particular thing that get them curious. Then they go ahead to ask you, okay, what does that mean? Then use that opportunity to kind of break down the things that you do, other than just saying, I'm a baker, I'm a fashion designer. It does look as if you're not coordinated. But if you have an umbrella, then it gives them that opportunity to ask you questions. Then at that point, you're able to explain yourself and then tell them the other things that you do. So the one I learned from my fellow attendees was kind of more personal to me. When I asked a question about being a biochemist who is into research, a baker, a public speaker, team leader, and also wanting to venture into project management. I mean, this one made me to attend that session. So my fellow attendees taught me that there is something called professional career or professional thing that I do. Then another one can be other things that can be under another umbrella. And they taught me what I can use, like a serial entrepreneur, a creative entrepreneur, and then a professional. So when I'm introducing myself, I can say that I'm a biochemist who is into research, but I am also a serial entrepreneur. So if you ask me what a serial entrepreneur is, I can go on to list other things that I do. Yeah.
It's a round of applause. That was such a beautiful session. I know I was there for about 5 minutes and I did take home something. So please, a round of applause for Rejoice. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stephanie Wanko, and I attended the freelance section. So the first thing that I learned is that as a freelancer, you work 24 hours for yourself. And because of that fact, you have to be disciplined to put in the work to have a sustainable, a profitable freelance business. The next thing I learned, which actually is what I need to apply right now in my freelance work, is that your customer is a gateway to your next customer, right? While you're thinking you need a lot of clients, you need people to patronize your services, your products, the truth remains that how well you serve the person you're working with right now will determine the next person you work with, because they can recommend you to your friend, they can recommend you to the next big person. So we also have to be very conscious about giving absolute excellence with anyone we are working. And then the next point I learned was inbound and outbound marketing. Now, inbound marketing is about sending messages to the people in your immediate space. And then outbound marketing is about creating a structure in which people from external sources can now switch to inbound and message you. So the speaker spoke on setting up structures that would create an effective flow that people outside can also message you. She painted a beautiful picture. She told each of us to search up our names on Google. And I'm sure at some point you have searched up our names to see how popular we are. And when you search up your name, what is showing? Let's say you're a graphic designer and you search up graphic designer on Google. Like the first 10 searches is your name showing there as graphic designer. So as a freelancer, if those things are not in place, then you wouldn't be able to actually be profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a beautiful round of applause for the freelance breakout session. I think we have one more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Overa Divine. So what I got from the breakout section with Ms. Boma was basically, okay, me standing up now is like a practical example of what she just told us. She said you need to learn how to put yourself first. Because most times the corporate world is mainly male-dominated. So when you have an idea, instead for you to hide behind someone else, you should stand up and speak up for what you believe in. Don't let people make you feel small or make people push you to your shell. You should stand speak up, don't shrink, and while communicating, make sure you communicate well. Don't be rude, don't be arrogant. Just make sure that people understand that you know what you are doing, you are not there by mistake. Be exceptional wherever you are. Because at the end of the day, your salary can feed you, but if you want to stand out in your workspace, you have to be able to take up leadership roles and be exceptional, basically. Just be bold and courageous.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all the beautiful women that have taken out their time to tell us one or two things that they have learned from each breakout session. And another round of applause for all the amazing panelists. That was such a loaded session. I mean, from the panel session down to the breakout sessions. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now, to take us into the next level of the event, please, with a round of applause, make welcome. Please, with a round of applause, make welcome Susanne.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now you can hear me. Welcome to the in-between. This is the maze that spans from where you are to where you're headed. The bridge that starts from your now to your next. See this as a map. One with a compass that points true north, helping you navigate new paths, leading you into unsheltered waters. You are seated in the parallel of two mirrors. Here you see endless possibilities of yourself. So you probe, layer after layer, you examine, you watch, and then you choose. Welcome to the scale. Now you will discover that in balancing, everything cannot weigh the same. That regardless, two runners cannot run on the same lane, even if it is the same field and the same game. Here you will find out that there is a reason every piece of the jigsaw is shaped differently to form a whole picture, and then you will come to understand that perfection does not always equal to 100 and excellence is contextual. Welcome to the lab, where we put you through and you discover that your body is more than body parts and your hands can do more than nurture you two humans. When they sync with your mind, you unlock a creator, one that has an ego eye. You see the blind spots of the world, you enter into gaps, you study the gaps, you fill the gaps. When your hands work in sync with your mind, you unlock a sculptor. You see sand, you master it, piece by piece. You mold it, create edifice. This is a mine. Over here, we unearthing gems. We take determination-driven hammers and we unlock the value within you. You're in the room where different roads converge into one junction, a lot of stories written into a collection. Here, distinct colors are spun into whites, and distinct futures are blended into you. Sisters, welcome to the transition. Thank you.
Just turn to your neighbor, to the fellow beautiful woman by your side, and tell them, welcome to the transition. Now turn to your next neighbor and tell them the same thing. Welcome to the transition. A round of applause once again for your very beautiful selves. Thank you very much. So now we're going to be going into the brand therapy session and the games experience, right? So if you have a question before or you have a question about branding, about building your own brand or your personal brand, your business brand, whichever one it is, please just head over to under the overflow, so where you have the wing side banner towards that area to meet the specialists and the strategists, the brand strategists that will be answering all your questions. So I'm going to be going over it again. If you have questions about branding, personal brand, excuse me. Okay, so personal brand, business brand, whatever brand that you have or you're trying to grow, the location will be just under the overflow. And then if you had any questions at all from the previous sessions, it's the same location, just underneath the overflow. So I'm going to be coming down for a very quick session before we go into the brand therapy. So permit me, I hope I can calm down. Okay, so we're going to be doing a very quick assignment. Very, very quick, right? I'm going to be picking people randomly, and they're going to tell me one thing that you know has changed your life from the moment you walked into that door up until now. Do you understand? One thing. That one thing that you know has stuck with you from the start of this event up until now. Are we ready? The way that this hall is quiet. Are we ready? So you agree that I should pick? Should I pick randomly, or do you want to volunteer to tell us? Okay, we have one volunteer there already, so please a round of applause for her. She wants to, Auntie, you have spoken before now. But yes, another round of applause for her. Does anyone else want to volunteer to speak? Okay, we have two persons from my right-hand side, so please a round of applause. Please just stand if you volunteered. One person. The left side is waking up. Please a round of applause for them. Please, if you indicated, just raise your hand or just stand up. Thank you very much. Please, can I get a mic or about 4 mics? Thank you very much. Okay, we have one here. So one thing that you're going to hold on to, one thing that you know will transform or has shifted your perspective from the start of this event up until now.
Good afternoon, everybody. So before coming here today, having passion for different things has always seemed strange because everybody's like, why are you doing this thing? And then tomorrow you are going to something else. But today is the first time I'm seeing that it is accepted, like they called us multi-passionate creators. Like this is the first time I'm seeing that we are really accepted in the world. So that's the perspective.
Please a round of applause. So you would agree with me that a culture shift is happening today? Over to you. Thank you.
Sorry, hold on. Sure. That got my attention. And then she said that you don't really have to be everywhere. You just sometimes it's very difficult trying to create up something and then you see that it's not moving. Sometimes there's this thing that tell you, look how other people are doing well than you. But I feel like it's not going anywhere. And then she said, people just have to know your identity. And when they know that you're very good at this thing, they will start coming for you. I did this thing at somebody's place. I think you can go there. She's very good. So when she said that, I think it struck a part of me that I can go back home with. Thank you.
Just a round of applause for her. Yes, over to you, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Throughout last week, I've been confused. A lot of information in my head. In fact, my brain literally crashed. And thank God for my friend. She shared the link of this conference. And when I saw it, the transition, I was like, this is the program I need at the moment. So if there's anything I'm going to go back with is do the work. Don't let the process scare you. Because I have always felt like the visions God placed in my heart is bigger than me. Yeah. So leaving this room today, I'm going back home, back to my system, and I'm going to start everything that I've been wanting to do.
She's a very beautiful and big round of applause for her. Do the work. Don't let the process scare you. That's such a powerful take home. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this event. It's actually a nice one. Today, I learned a lot. I have a business, it's Toe Farms, and we've been doing just fresh catfish. We sell to market women and all that. But I've been having this idea of drying the fish myself, packaging it, and selling it. So I've been scared because, number one, I'm like, I don't have enough that number. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? But then today, the speaker said something, just start. You don't need perfection. Just start. Along the line, you might want to perfect it. Small money will come. I will do NAVDAC. Then I'll start exporting. So that actually encouraged me. It pushed me to do more for my business. And then also, the Mrs. Emily, she said something about not just making noise. You know, I'm feeling bad that I don't post so much on my Instagram handle, especially my farm business. I don't do so much. Maybe because over the years we've not had something new, like maybe the spicy dried fish. It now have NAVDAC number. You can come. But then she said something. Avoid the noise. Just go pull yourself out there. Identify yourself more. So I'm going to go back with this, and I'm sure I'm going to work on myself. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for every beautiful person that just spoke now. So please, a round of applause. Clap for them now. Thank you. Thank you all so much. So we'll be moving over to the brand therapy session that I mentioned earlier. So it's just underneath the overflow, right? If you have a question on branding, personal branding, business branding, organizational branding, or if you have any question at all, or if you had a question that wasn't answered previously, please just move to under the flyover. Hey, hey, Jesus. The River State girl in me has come out. Please, just move over the overflow. Thank you very much. And then we also have a games area. The games area is just behind this big banner. So it's just behind. So you can play games, you can interact with other women, you can win, things like that. Do we get it? Do we get it? Yes, so you can play games, you can interact, you can mix with people, you can talk about things that you've learned from today's event. So let's just do that. We have very few minutes to do all of that. And then behind the banner, there is something where we've all been given the opportunity to write on the board behind, right? So you're just going to tell us your transition story. When you walked into the room, this is what you were doing, or this is the ideology that you had. And now this is the new ideology that you have, and this is what you're going to do. This is your transition process. This is your transition moment. Do we understand that? So maybe I walked into the room, I had so and so idea. I didn't know that being a multi-passionate woman was a thing, but now I know that this is a thing. So I'm fully transitioning into being a multi-passionate woman, or embracing my multi-passionate part of me. Do we get it? So yes, it's just behind the banner here. So we provided to give you a marker or a pen that you can use to write out your story. And then if you have questions, before I say under the flyover, please, it's under the overflow. Just go over there. There's a brand strategist there to answer all your questions on branding, on business, on life as a whole. Thank you very much. I'll be calling us back in a few minutes. So please, let's all hurry up. Thank you. So we have about 1 minute left on our clock. So if you're playing games, please kindly wrap up now. If you're having this strategy session, kindly wrap up now. We have just 1 minute left on our clock. Please, we can all start returning back to our seats. We have less than 30 seconds on the clock to return back to our seats. It's time for us to move over to the very last segment of the event. This is just a gentle reminder that we have Oral Weary selling food. So you can just go outside and you'll be directed accordingly to get the food. Selling, please, is not for free. Thank you very much. Please, let's all come back. Our time is now up. If you're playing the game, it ends now. Thank you very much. If you're having the session has come to an end. Please, let's all return back to our seats so we can move to the last segment of the event. Thank you all so much. Please, let's come back to our seats. We're about to kickstart the last segment of the event. So if you're playing games or if you're writing, please let's all come back to our seats as we bring the event to a close. Thank you all so much. Please, let's come back to our seats. Those playing games, thank you. Please, let's come back as we transition into the last segment of the event. Please, let's all come back. Thank you very much. Persons playing the games, persons writing their transition story, the persons doing the brand strategy session. Thank you very much. Our time is up already. Let's all come back to our seats. Please, let's all return back to our seats. Thank you. Thank you all. We're closing the event. We're on to the last session. Please, let's all walk back to our seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's all walk back to our seats. The persons playing the game, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Please, let's come back to our seats.
Let's go back.
Thank you all. Please, if you're still playing the games or if you're still having this session, let's kindly end that now and please come back to the hall to be seated. You're keeping other women waiting, so please let's quickly round up and come back to the hall. Thank you. Gentle reminder that we're still waiting for those ladies that are playing games and that are having the brand therapy session to please kindly wrap up. Thank you. Thank you all. I want to believe that we're all back to our seats now as we bring the event to a close and we transition smoothly into the last segment of the event. Thank you. Thank you all so much for staying through till this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So if you had such an amazing time in this event, thank you. Please, can the music be brought down or stopped completely? Thank you very much. Okay, so if you had such an amazing time at this event, there is a community, the Herlign community, so you can join by just scanning the QR code on the screen, and then it will take you straight to a form or a link where you can join the community. So I'm just going to move sideways for about 30 seconds or 1 minute rather, for you to quickly scan the code so that you can be part of a community of like-minded females that would push you just beyond this event, that would support you, you would learn with, you would grow with, a community of women, powerful women, women who are transitioning into something beautiful. So please do well to scan the QR code. It's on the screen, and then you'll be joining the HerlignFC community. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for staying through to this event, till this time, for staying through till this time. So I want to specially thank all our sponsors. We have Wingside, we have Orowiri, we have Isi Untutu, we have Treat Space Systems, and we have a name that unfortunately I cannot pronounce. Please a round of applause for all our sponsors. Also a round of applause for our partners. We have Game Fiesta and IBAM's ushering. Please a round of applause for them. And to our vendors, we have Tola Mode Fashion. Please, a round of applause for our sponsors, our partners, and our vendors. These people have made it possible for all of us to have such a great time at today's event. So another round of applause once again for them. And another round of applause once again for your very beautiful selves for coming to this event in the room, the transition. And I'm very, very sure that all of us are transitioning into powerful women from today going onward. What a powerful day it has been. If you agree with me, just wave your hand. It has been a powerful day, right? Thank you very much. Today was more than just an event, actually. It was a reminder. It was a reminder that transition is not the end of something, but rather is the beginning of who you are becoming. In this room, ideas were shared. We heard testimonies of women who came into the room not sure what to do, but who gained clarity. And here's the truth. The power of today is not just what happened in this room. The power of today is what you would do after you leave this room. We had various breakout sessions. We had times where we had to circle down or underline things that stood out for us in each session. So the decisions that you will make after now, the risks you will take, the bold steps you will finally give yourself permission to make, it will all come from the action. And because the next version of your life will not come from hesitation, but rather from movement. And I believe that every one of us here that attended the event today are actually curious about their next level because this was such a power-packed event. And I know that a lot of us are leaving ready for that next level. So on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of the team, on behalf of the volunteers, on behalf of our sponsors, our partners, and our vendors, I want to say a very big thank you for coming for this event, the maiden edition of In the Room, the Transition. I do hope to see each and every one of you here at the next event, bigger, better, more powerful, and more bold. Do have an amazing night. Thank you.